Hello, folks. Hey, hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. We're going to start the meeting. Thank you all. We're not used to having this many folks in the council chambers. It's been a long time, so welcome, everyone. Again, this is our November 8th Portsmouth Town Council meeting. Before we begin, I'd like to stand for our pledge of allegiance and a moment of silence for anyone serving in harm's way.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, okay. Have a full house, it'll be a little more important for me to go over the emergency evacuation route. It's an emergency. We have our two doors to the rear left, as well as we're in the front here. In the event of an emergency, please exit the building and reconvene over at the school administration building and wait for instruction. Okay. Again, we are live streaming as well, so there will be they're participating via Zoom or calling in on your calling. If you're on Zoom, you can back on indicate you have a question. If you're calling in, *9 will indicate you have a question. *6 to mute and unmute your phone. For those of you that are going to be participating tonight, either online or coming to the podium, their name and address to the clerk so that we get you properly identified. That we will go to our roll call.
Abbott? Here. Mr. Hamilton?
Here.
Mr. Katzman?
Here.
Mr. Kelly?
Here.
Dr. Bryant?
Here.
Mr. Aguilar?
Here. Thank you all. President's executive summary. Tonight, on behalf of the council, I would like to pass along our condolences to the family of Alan Shears. Many of you passed away unexpectedly last week. Alan is a very active member in our community. Served in the town as well. Alan's dedication to the town is unmatched. Advocate for the student. I know he would surely. Our consent agenda. To approve as presented.
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott? Aye. Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Next will be sitting at the Board of License Commission. First, we have other places. Arm Coach Brewery LLC.
To approve.
Second. All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott? Aye. Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Have civil license renewal at Class A. Allen's Wine and Spirits Inc. Ferrer's Package Store Inc. Moriarty's Liquor Locker Inc. DBA is Portsmouth Liquors.
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott? Aye. Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. And we have the Class BH. Rockland University.
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott? Aye. Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0.
Mr. President, as you do the next group, can you pull Green Valley out?
That's all. All right.
First, please.
Sure. Class BD, we could do Green Valley Country Club separate. So
Move to approve.
second. All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott? Aye. Kelly?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0 on review. And next, we have, again, for Class BD, we have Anna D. Cafe. Inc. Blue Anchor Grill. Racky Limited. CJ's Pub. Fieldstones LLC. Harbor House LLC. DBA 15 Point Restaurant. Cooper Inc. Restaurant. Graziano's 501 Cafe LLC. Crazy Kids LLC. Gulf Stream Bar and Grill. And a Locals Kitchen and Cocktails. K8 Restaurant LLC. Mindy's. Enterprises LLC. Portsmouth Public House. Fox's Little Italy LLC. K LLC. Driving Tree Coffee House. Bar and Grill. Valley Inn Restaurant.
To approve. Second.
All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott? Aye. Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Next, we have Class BP and clerk. For National Golf Board.
To approve.
All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott? Aye. Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Next, we have Class BB Mel. 15. Request name fee.
Move to approve.
Second. All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott? Aye. Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Next, we have Class C, I would like to separate out the Portsmouth American Citizens Club. That one. That one first. That's D, Portuguese American Citizens Club.
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott? Aye. Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Five years.
Review 501. Okay, so then back to the Class D, we have the Thorough Memorial Home Inc. So you close. And Beveraging, DBA Equipment. All right, Montauk Country Club. On the Sportsman's Club.
Move to approve. Seconded.
Ms. Abbott? Aye. Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson? Aye. Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye, motion passes. So we have the Class J, which is
To approve.
all those in favor?
Ms. Abbott? Aye. Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye, motion passes 6-0. Next is our annual police sales license renewal. The Allen's Wine and Spirits Inc., Burger's Package Store Inc., Yardy's Liquor Locker Inc., Giant Food Inc.
Move to approve. Seconded.
All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott? Aye. Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. And next we have our annual license, extended hour renewals. 6A. We have Cumberland Farms Inc., DBA Cumberland Farms, quitting. Portsmouth Donuts Inc. Big one said, the second one at 3001 East Main Road. Great control income. A little extra mark.
Move to approve.
All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott? Aye. Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. And then final
Annual victuals license renewal of Portuguese American Citizens Club.
Move to approve.
Abbott? Aye. Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson? Aye. Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre is
recused. Thank you. All.
Move to adjourn as Board of License Commissioners.
All in favor?
Ms. Abbott? Aye. Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson? Aye. Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. We have minutes from our October 25th meeting.
Was presented.
All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott? Aye. Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Tax vouchers, it's requested tax voucher 2020-1108-01.
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott? Aye. Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Our town administrator report.
Mr. President, Council, ladies and gentlemen. In anticipation of the retirement of Glen Manor House resident managers, a request for information for Glen Manor House operations was issued by the town earlier this fall. We will review the responses with the chair of the Glen Manor House Authority this week and use that information received to help prepare a request for proposals for the Glen Manor House, which we expect to issue later this month. Respect to the Rhode Island League of Cities and Towns, Brian Daniels, the executive director of the League of Cities and Towns, has resigned his position and started today his new position as director of the Rhode Island Office of Management and Budget. Brian served as the executive director of the League of Cities and Towns for nearly 5 years. The league is search for a new director and will accept applications as well. Back to Enforcement Disaster Plan, our Emergency Management Director, Ray Perry, has commenced the review and update of our disaster response plan as part of our update of the Emergency Operations Plan. The Town Council resolved previously that we would adopt a holistic planning process, which has been incorporated in Mr. Perry's approach. Planning priorities will focus on damage assessments, mass sheltering, evacuation, volunteer reception, dam emergencies, waste management, and financial resources. We expect this process to be completed in late 2023 or early 2024. Back to our search for an information systems manager, that process is still ongoing. The latest application deadline was set for last Friday. Our HR director and IT personnel are reviewing the applications, and we hope to have a suitable candidate that we can install by year's end. And just sadly, also will note the passing of Alan Shears, that he will be sorely missed by the staff who enjoyed working.
Moving on to our resignations and appointments. Appointment to the Equity Island Planning Commissions for reappointment or replacement.
Second.
All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott? Aye. Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Kaplan?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguilar?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Next we have this discussion action. First item, update on the Old Mill Lane facility.
Brian Schuster will be zoomed in as a panelist.
Good evening.
David, Brian, we can hear you.
You can hear me. Very good. Thank you. Okay. It's a little hard to hear, but I think it sounds like I'm up.
Bar.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the council for giving me the opportunity to provide an update tonight of where we stand with our long-term enduring energy solution for Aquidneck Island. I presume most of you have previewed the presentation material. I will just highlight this material is available on our website as well, which is if you go to ngrid.com/Aquidneck, you'll see this material as well as all of our updates as we progress with our long-term solution, especially regarding all of the EFSB proceedings. We provide updates on that. In fact, we have a hearing coming up next Thursday to talk about the actually sound and noise mitigation impacts at Old Mill Lane. But first, again, just want to set some context as a review. I believe all of you are very familiar with this. If we advance to the next slide, I'm going to move through some of the context material pretty quickly. But just to set the bar again, the challenge we're facing on the island, very good. If you stop on slide 4 there, that's perfect. We have a capacity constraint, and capacity is really defined as, you know, that supply versus demand gap, such that we have conditions that could be met on a certain day where the demand for natural gas on the island would be greater than the actual supply can provide. So we do have, and that's an immediate condition that we're facing under the extreme cold conditions. And of course, the other concern we have is vulnerability from our transmission provider. As we all experienced in January 2019, we had a loss of gas supply to the island, which resulted in the outage that we absolutely cannot afford to have one of those occurrences again. So this constraint on capacity and this vulnerability capacity are the two kind of challenges we face. If we just move to the next slide real quick, just to give you a little bit more detail on that capacity constraint, you know, right now for the 21-22 season, you know, we are predicting that potentially a capacity constraint of about 2,000 decatherms per day. By the way, the additional capacity we get out of operating our portable LNG out of Old Mill Lane is another 15,000 decatherms per day. So Old Mill Lane certainly provides us that additional capacity gap well into the future, well beyond even the 2030 forecasted horizon that we predict here. If you go to the next slide real quick, this is just a couple points on vulnerability. And just to highlight some of the formal reportings as a result of the Aquinic Island outage and the different assessments done, you know, the transmission provider to us, which is Enbridge. The pipe that is referenced here is called the G system, the G lateral. It's a 6-inch pipe that comes across right over there off at Old Mill Lane is where we take that transmission supply. It's at the end of the pipe. It's the most vulnerable location in all of Rhode Island for us, and actually in all of our National Grid territory currently. It's our most vulnerable location because of its location along that G lateral. But the mitigation options we have, the contingency we have, is the operation that we have underway once again this winter by standing up Old Mill Lane with a portable LNG solution. And just to highlight, you know, that portable LNG operation, it's actually down to 34 degrees temperature. The draw on the system, we could actually supply the entire island with that portable site if we happen to lose the entire transmission supply. And then obviously as you get colder, you start to mitigate that ability to cover the entire island. When you get down to 3 degrees, that portable LNG site can provide 50% of the supply to the entire island. And this whole vulnerability is kind of a newer thing in the natural gas industry, preparing and planning for it. And we've certainly been challenged. You know, what is the right level of vulnerability to prepare for? And those are part of the overall assessments that we're providing as part of our EFSB process overall. So just wanted to set the context there again of the challenge we have at hand, which is real, which is today. And now we'll get in kind of some updates of where we are along our journey with regard to the solution. So if we move next to slide 8. As we presented last year, earlier this year in January is when we disclosed our hybrid approach. And this hybrid approach was taking a combination of different action items we took out of our previous year's long-term capacity study. And this had 3 prongs. It looked at offsetting future demand growth with new energy or non-infrastructure solutions, new energy efficiency and demand response programs. It also looked at for a new portable LNG location, as well as continuing to look at what we could do to further enhance the operation. And when I say enhance, it's really about looking at how we minimize or mitigate the impacts to the local community there with our operation. And the reason we added that third one in there was largely because the previous 2 would take many years to evolve or construct as we pursued or looked at pursuing this approach overall. So a couple of quick updates on first of all, the first item, the non-infrastructure solution. We've conducted a thorough analysis, what we call a docket 4600 business cost analysis. And unfortunately, per all the parameters of that analysis, which is a regulatory framework for approval of these types of endeavors, it did not pass our BCA standard. So right out of the gate, we're already challenged. The costs to implement those programs outweighed the benefit is the bottom line there. We did complete our assessments of an alternate LNG location. That alternate LNG location, if we were to pursue it, would be at the old Middletown transfer station. It's on Navy property. That would be the exact location we'd look for. It's the most remote of the different Navy property sites that we assessed, and it's also the closest to connecting to our system. It would have, out of all the options, the least environmental and overall cost impacts. So those are kind of the work that we did. But as we progressed along, if you go to the next slide, throughout this last year, you know, we've been challenged on several different facets of our plan, of our overall hybrid approach. And we actually had a PUC tech session. We've had continual engagement with different stakeholders, legislators, environmental advocacy groups, and so forth. And we really got continually pressed on diving deeper into our overall approach. And fundamentally, The cost of the approach was one of the key criteria. It is a very expensive approach. And I do have a slide later on that lays out all the different options we presented and shows you the cost. So I won't get into the specifics here, but just highlighting that we did get challenged on the overall cost. We got challenged on the level of vulnerability we needed to prepare for. And of course, we have certain stakeholders that are just opposed to installing new gas infrastructure. And when you look at the endeavors of decarbonization and the Act on Climate goals and so forth, does it make prudent sense to continue to expand for the purposes of this specific need if there's an alternative that doesn't need as much gas infrastructure? And so in response to all that, we continued to look at additional options and really started to focus in on Old Mill Lane and what more could we do there potentially to further mitigate. And I'm going to get into that in detail in the next couple of slides. But that mitigation does and will continue to evolve and evaluate, how could we change our setup at the site to mitigate the noise and sound? What are the opportunities potentially to offering abutting property owners purchasing their properties and other means to really make it more accommodating overall to allow us to continue to operate Old Mill Lane. And again, I'm going to get a little more in detail of that in the next couple of slides. We also continued to look at, really refining what makes sense from a cost perspective and preparing for vulnerability. And of course, we've been challenged on moratoriums. What's the impact of a moratorium if one were enacted? Stopping new gas connections altogether, and what does that look like in the future? And so these are all elements that we've spent quite a bit of time assessing, and I'm going to provide a little more detail on those and ultimately where we are today with what is our final recommended solution and moving forward. So let's move to the next slide real quick. All right, so slide 10, mitigation of Old Mill Lane impact. So we continually look at opportunities out there of mitigating the sound for the neighbors, the noise, the overall just presence there. Certainly, we're taking measures this forthcoming winter as we're actually starting to do our mobilization for the site. We've instituted additional sound restrictions as far as our operations, some of the evolutions of the machinery that's required out there, the vaporizers, the different parameters that are needed to be kept. We've tried to exercise and make them as flexible as possible to minimize the cycling of equipment that makes noise and the like. For the first time, we're going to actually have fully installed this year a vapor recovery mechanism. We had it tested last year. This year, it's going to be fully installed such that any venting that we might need to do, which is just part of the normal LNG operation to retain the appropriate pressures, all venting will actually be captured and redirected into our system. And so that makes a huge impact to the overall noise and sound mitigation. And further, we started to think about, could we redesign our layout at the property? It's a pretty small plot, but actually we own about 5 acres on the site. So we thought about relocating our setup. Could we move further back into the property, which would give us more real estate to put up additional sound mitigation measures, such as a sound attenuation wall? Because right now, our equipment is very, very close to the road. We do have a fence and we have Jersey barriers behind that fence and so forth, but it doesn't give us the real estate to put in a more meaningful, truly sound attenuation wall around the operation. And so to do that, we looked at potentially relocating the equipment, which does involve some environmental work, some pretty extensive environmental work as there are surrounding wetlands. So we've already been working with RIDEM on looking at those options, and that's something we're going to continue to evolve. And really, if you look at the next slide, next couple slides, there's some pictures here. There's an aerial photo of our site overall and adjacent property owners. The little Old Mill Lane where we have our portable LNG site is kind of in the upper right-hand corner of that. But if you move to the next slide, you get a closer zoom in of that. If we go to slide 12 real quick. So if you can see on the left-hand side, our current layout where we have our vaporizers, our equipment, the LNG tanks and so forth, you see Old Mill Lane is, just right north of where that setup is. What we are now looking at potentially is relocating all of that equipment much further back onto the property. What you see on the right-hand side of the screen is a conceptual design of what that could look like. And you not only move it further away from the road to allow us additional real estate to erect attenuation barriers, but you also have more natural screening and more forestry and so forth. And that's something that we believe will have a hugely significant impact overall to the area and the surrounding residents that obviously are impacted by some of the operations, especially when we have to vaporize. So our plan is to ultimately pursue through the EFSB process the opportunity to potentially relocate on the Old Mill Lane property and find additional measures for mitigation. And now, if those are insufficient, if it doesn't meet the sound restrictions, we are also entertaining the potential offering to abutting property owners a chance to relocate, or a chance for us to purchase their homes and give them that opportunity to find another place to live that doesn't have this impact. So that is within the umbrella of the approach that we were taking. And ultimately, this results in, if we move on to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on a second on this one. I'll just jump to the what you'll see in our final recommendation. We are going to be looking at pursuing operating at Old Mill Lane indefinitely, or as long as needed. And when I say as long as needed, we'll talk a little bit about what could happen in the future with as far as decarbonization efforts. One of the advantages, actually one of the many advantages of operating out of Old Mill Lane is it's portable. So the year we don't need it any further, if other, say, decarbonization efforts are taking place or other endeavors are underway, other incentives, heat electrification, as those different opportunities mature and they recover some of the capacity gaps that we currently serve with this contingency, we can discontinue the operation. It's just a matter of no longer mobilizing it, which gives us that huge cost advantage as well. The other big advantage of this location, it is right next to our take station. Our take station is where the transmission supply comes onto the island. That's that little piece of property onto the right hand of the screen. You see some of the small buildings there. This is the most hydraulically opportunistic area. It provides us the greatest advantage to provide the most reliable service to the rest of the island, because this is exactly where we tap in from the transmission system. Anywhere else on the island that we locate, we'd have to build infrastructure to connect to our main pressure systems. But even with that, you have a mitigated opportunity for the optimal gas delivery to the entire island. So those are just a couple of the huge advantages here. And of course, as you'll see in a forthcoming slide, the biggest advantage of this solution is the cost. As compared to other solutions, it is by far the most affordable. And we even included in that cost the relocation of this equipment, as well as purchasing of abutting property owners in that estimate. So you'll see some of those details here forthcoming. But before we get into that, let me just talk real quick, if we go to the next slide. We did, as requested, by the EFSB, we did look at, the impacts of a moratorium and what that would entail. So bottom line here, what this slide is saying, the earliest, even if you had a moratorium and we enacted that moratorium at what we were calling 23, 24 levels, in other words, that we in 2 years from now, if we provided that forecast that we are no longer going to allow expansion or growth on the island for natural gas, if you held that constant, you potentially, with the appropriate, very aggressive demand side management measures, you could potentially look at demobilizing the use of Old Mill Lane as early as the 29-30 season. So approximately 9 years from now. But I can't underscore enough the amount of investment of energy efficiency, demand response, and heat electrification is more aggressive than we've ever seen in any of our franchise territories. It's quite significant, but it's possible. And that's what we wanted to provide in our assessments with this. And we will certainly continue to provide these details as part of the EFSB application process, which we will be pursuing. for the, I'll call it indefinite until no longer needed, at least, use of Old Mill Lane as a portable operation. Just as an example here, if you allow, and looking at this chart, if you allowed, if you looked at a moratorium and you didn't apply a contingency for vulnerability, you're looking at 40% of your customer base looking at turning over to electrification overall, and it's again quite aggressive. Out of the 13,000 residents on the island, ultimately 15% of those would have to be converted over to electrification, and then 40% of your overall demand would have to be electrified in some way, shape, or form. And that's, again, very significant, aggressive DSM levels. If we go on to the next, and maybe I'll just say one other thing about a moratorium. You know, National Grid, we are not opposed to a moratorium if so enacted by, you know, the right policy and I'll call it local ordinances and the like. So we are not going to advocate for a moratorium. We believe in the customer choice, as it still is a cleaner alternative to other delivered fuels and the like. It's more affordable than most heating solutions, and we believe that it's as stewards for our customers, we got to provide that opportunity. But at the same time, we certainly understand that the pressures and the objectives that we all have with regarding to climate change and the Act on Climate. So certainly, if that were to come into play at some time in the future, we would be responsible and adhere to the requirements of a moratorium. All we're doing here is showing the analysis of what the real impacts would be. And obviously, we'll see what happens with state legislation and the like as we move forward. Next slide. So here's kind of a first summary of all the different options, and I apologize, there's probably a little more detail than I'll cover here today, but ultimately we have our hybrid solution in the first column. We have our portable LNG operation at Old Mill Lane, which is what we've been doing the last few years. We actually, and that's the next column, and then you add in some additional demand side management measures, which is your increased energy efficiency and demand response programs, which we are hugely advocate for. And then you get into these moratorium scenarios, demand side management with a capacity constraint paired with a moratorium, and then demand side management capacity constraint without a moratorium are the kind of 5 different options that we've assessed here in more detail. And this really plays into the next slide, which gets into all the numbers and details if we want to move to 15. So this is a lot of detail, may take some time to digest, but I'll just pull out a few highlights. First of all, the 2 columns that are kind of highlighted in blue is really what we're focused on. That's what we're recommending, and that's what we intend to pursue via the formal Energy Facility Siting Board application process. We are required to file for this solution by April 4th of next year. We hopefully intend to file well before that date, as we've done much of the work already as part of our interim filing for the use of Old Mill Lane. But certainly we have some additional work to do with looking at these deeper assessments, relocation on the property and the like. So we have some additional engineering work to do. We have to do additional work with RIDEM and so forth, but all of that will be part of the formal EFSB process, which, as I think most people know, that process does welcome and entertain, public comment and intervention, which I know that the town of Portsmouth is an intervener in that overall process. And that's really the forum to have the formal debate, if you will, on the legitimacy of the solution for the future that we can foresee at this point. But a couple of the benefits of Old Mill Lane, as you see here, if you look at we did different cost analysis because there are different advocacy groups that support different ways of assessing costs. There's the Rhode Island test, which really pulls in various different parameters with regard to economic benefits and the like. There's the utility cost, and that's really what we see as our net bill impact cost. And so if you just look at those couple line items, you can see that portable LNG at Old Mill Lane is the cheapest of the options looking forward, especially if you do not include demand side management measures. We would like to, we're doing further assessments on demand side measurements. We have an estimate here for additional DSM on the island that we'd like to propose, but we have further assessments to do on that to make sure that it's cost justified overall. When you look at the reliability line, and by the way, these little shaded, they're called Harvey balls, the greater the shading, the more favorable we believe it is in comparison to each option. So again, this is just comparing each against each other. Certainly reliability wise, we believe the portable LNG at Old Mill Lane is the most favorable. From a community impact perspective, it's really neutral across all the options because no matter where we go, we got resistance. When we were thinking about potentially putting up a portable LNG site on Navy property, of course, we started to hear about the abutting property owners around that location. Nobody wants to have this operation, this portable LNG operation in their neighborhood, so to speak. And we don't want to have it there either. But it is really, at the end of the day, it's the most acceptable solution. It may not advance all of our climate goals right off the bat, but tactically, it's the most balanced approach. It's the most affordable approach. It's the most optimum approach from an operability perspective, and it provides us the greatest reliability overall. And it's easy to implement, as you see on the line item there on the very bottom, as far as maneuverability and mobilizing it, which we've been doing for the last 2 years, and we are currently in the process of mobilizing this year. I skipped over environmental impact. Obviously, the most favorable from an environmental impact would be just to look at demand side measurement capabilities and continue and not planning for any vulnerability. That would be and that's obviously without a moratorium, as you can see there. Naturally, that's looking at the heat electrification options and the like, which is certainly more favorable from an environmental perspective. So if we go to the next slide, actually, I think I have one last slide. So here's really kind of everything in a nutshell. So our recommendation at this point, after doing 2 years of studies, analysis, stakeholder engagements, meeting with all sorts of different organizations, it really, as I said previously, the most acceptable solution that meets the most of the tactical needs is to continue to operate for winter need out of Old Mill Lane. Again, the local impact, we're looking at everything we can possibly do to make it accommodating for those residents around Old Mill Lane. And again, that includes relocating equipment further back on the property, putting up more aesthetic appearances. We're looking at purchasing and installing fencing that's more aesthetically pleasing, additional trees and shrubs and the like. So again, we're gonna go all out and do as much as we can to minimize those impacts to those local residents. And as I said previously, Old Mill Lane, it just optionally, it provides us the most flexibility. And if there's some state here in future years where the clean energy transition is happening and cleaner alternatives become more affordable and there's pathways, there's incentives and so forth built in and able to do so, we just discontinue to use Old Mill Lane. But honestly, the bottom line is it's just the most cost-effective solution overall. And that means for all of our customers, our ratepayers, it has the least impact from that bill stance perspective. So we're at the stage now of working through the formalities of the EFSB process. As I said, we have to file for our, what we're calling our supplemental application to continue to use Old Mill Lane by April 4th. We first need to go through the parameters of the RIDEM permitting process that we are actively working, which requires us to do some design work as well. So we're working through a design firm, and we'll be going forward in conjunction with following the RIDEM procedures to potentially relocate our equipment to offset some of some of those wetlands, and which is the challenge with relocating it. But that again buys us additional real estate to put up additional mitigation measures. We have additional analyses to do as part of the FSB process, looking at our greenhouse gas emissions analysis, our non-infrastructure analysis, that means our demand side management analysis, which we're trying to justify incremental DSM. And then finally looking at what options would it take if we needed to, if we were to pursue abutting properties. and purchasing of those abutting properties. And again, I don't have all of those details. I'm sure there'll be questions from the residents of what does that mean? How does it work? What kind of offering are we going to get, and so forth. Those we are still looking and refining, but that will all come out as part of the EFSB process. So that's really, I guess, where we are currently, and the rest of the appendix for details, which we don't need to get into. So hopefully that was helpful, and I'm sure there are a host of questions, which I'm all ready to answer as best I'm able to.
Thank you, Brian. Brian, I just have a couple of quick questions. On page 5, could we mention the design take capacity? And is it the shortage would be 4,400 by 2031? Is that what you're trying to address?
Based on our current forecasting, and this is not just people think of growth on the island as new services. Growth on the island happens intrinsically. It's demand growth, right? So you could be a property owner that uses natural gas, and you decide to install new equipment or a generator or something that's going to use natural gas. So this is truly based on our projected growth on the island by 2030. Our current forecasts say we could have a capacity gap of about 4,400 decatherms per day. So the gap increases in time because the growth does happen. Demand based on our current projections continues to climb. We do only have on average about between 65 and 110 new services on the island. And I should also point out, as you likely know, Portsmouth, as far as the 3 communities on Aquidneck Island, Portsmouth is actually the most, it has the greatest percentage of delivered fuel customers. So as conversions happen from delivered fuels to natural gas, as those opportunities present themselves, which I know could be more challenged because that requires, main installation and additional infrastructure. But again, as those opportunities present themselves, Portsmouth actually has the greatest opportunity for additional new services, if you will. Newport is the most saturated, if you would, as compared to the 3 communities. They have about 30% of their customer base on delivered fuels, whereas Portsmouth's around 50% of your customers are still on delivered fuels. So there's still, and as folks know, I believe, natural gas is certainly a much cleaner option environmentally than delivered fuels, but it's still a fossil fuel, right? So we understand that ultimately to get where we all want to get to, we're talking about decarbonizing our networks.
Okay, so
I hope did that answer your question? Yeah, so we do predict a gap of 4,400 decatherms by 2031.
Okay, so the gap by 2031 is 4,400. Can you quickly shoot to page 12? Page 15. So you mentioned that the portable system on Old Mill Lane, though, is sized for 15,600. So it's almost like 4 times.
Right.
Can you explain why we would a system that big, and if we need a system that big?
So
15,000 versus 8,000 or 6,000.
So this gets into the analysis we're doing, the argument around vulnerability, right? So the sizing of that system protects us, and as you see, so the second line item on this graph, if you see that provides contingency benefits. Really, the large contingency there is vulnerability contingency. So those last 2 options you see no, because it meets the capacity constraint. So the DSM for capacity constraint with a moratorium without, the size that you need is 4,000 decatherms or 57 decatherms. That's that gap, but that provides no vulnerability. If you have an upstream transmission event of any type whatsoever, you have no contingency with that. with Old Mill Lane as it's currently sized. And you're right, this has been challenged, and the EFSB is challenging us. What is the right level? What makes the most prudent sense? Currently, we are at 15,000 decatherms per day with the setup of the number of tanks we have and so forth. It provides us the reliability or the vulnerability contingency that I prescribed earlier. You know, down to 34-degree temperature day, we could supply the whole island out of Old Mill Lane without any transmission. But is that the right amount? And that's part of the EFSB process that we will continue to get challenged on and ultimately define what makes the most prudent sense moving forward in allowing and providing for that vulnerability. Yeah, so at the end of the day, the Newport outage event, if we had Old Mill Lane in place, we would not have had an outage. And so that contingency that this provides prevents an outage type scenario. If you're just planning for capacity gaps, you're more vulnerable to a potential outage because you have a transmission interruption of any sort. You're facing a potential curtailment of use or an outage. So that's really what that additional 15,000 decatherms per day provides us, is the mitigation of an outage event like we experienced in January 2019. Not just keeping the gas going on the coldest day of the year, which is the capacity gap. Does that help?
Well, it does, but I thought when we discussed this the last time about looking at the different options and the vulnerability and the capacity issue. Like, vulnerability is we only have one supply line onto the island. So regardless of what happens, if something happens to that service, I mean, all you have is Old Mill Lane. There's no thought from National Grid for a redundant line onto the island that would backfeed and eliminate the vulnerability or the risk if something would happen to the single.
No, absolutely fair question, Chris, and that was one of the options we explored as part of our long-term capacity study, is looking at a redundant or another transmission supply line, which of course wouldn't be National Grid, that would be the transmission company, Enbridge. But as we vetted those solutions, there was very little appetite for a second transmission pipeline. And frankly, as probably not surprising to most of you, anytime you're adding transmission pipelines anywhere in the Northeast, we realize and fully appreciate that it's going to get significant pushback. It's going to have significant challenges. There's no appetite, unfortunately, for most advocacy groups to promote or allow that. Not just from the Act on Climate focus, but the permitting, the siting, and the construction of such lines just continues to face significant resistance across New England. And New England is capacity constrained from when it comes to natural gas. And I hate to say it, there's just there's very little likelihood of any new gas transmission capacity coming to New England in general, not less Aquinic Island. So we vetted that as an option last year. And even though it wouldn't be something that National Grid would have to build or procure, we found very little opportunity for that to be successful, is ultimately the outcome there, which is why we discontinued further evaluation of it. Certainly still possible by Enbridge, but we're not optimistic that that's a viable solution.
Other comments or questions?
Just one quick question, clarification. You mentioned the FSB meeting is next Thursday. Would that be this Thursday coming up or on the 18th? And you know the time?
Apologize, the 18th. The 18th.
And what time?
November 18th. It is in the afternoon of the. Hold on a second. I'll tell you, it's at 1 p.m.
And that's still Zoom for the sake.
Yes, and all of the EFSB procedural elements are available via via Zoom, via remote.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, Chris. I was going to ask about the pipeline as well, because that would be the most reliant fix for this, and also the less the least vulnerable for citizens who live next to the tanks. But it would seem to me that it would make the most sense to come across it by Tiverton and then even connect over to Bristol to loop the whole system together to create redundancy for all the communities. But I understand the hesitancy.
And not only that, unfortunately, it's also a costly solution. It has that magnitude of orders of, the 100+ million type of endeavor. So not only is the resistance to new transmission pipelines very high, it's also brings additional costs, which is somewhat tied to all the public requirements and permitting and different resistance to that type of project. But it's really, through our evaluations and assessments, it just has not surfaced as a viable option. And frankly, when we did all of our stakeholder engagement last year, it was one of the least favored options to pursue amongst the island residents and stakeholder groups.
One last question about as we endeavor to remove ourselves from fossil fuel. National Grid did some upgrades of the transmission lines down the center of the island, put in a new substation down at Jefferson Lane. What other upgrades are coming in the future to help alleviate any potential brownout issues? And as we're closing down multiple power generation plants here in the Northeast, what are you doing, or what is being done to increase the grid in order to maintain the electricity if we're going to be starting to move these things to more electrified heat?
Yeah, no, that's a lot to unpack with that question, and that's the center of a lot of our forthcoming challenges overall is building additional capacity onto our systems, upgrades on our transmission lines and so forth. Obviously, the big focus in that, which we're very supportive of, is the distributed energy resources out there, the solar, the wind, all of the renewables. But as those continue to build, they have more straining impacts on the grid, on the electric system overall, and that brings additional costs, upgrades, and so forth. So there is a lot of focus. There are a lot of different stakeholder groups working on this solution. How are we going to continue to evolve and develop? I will say, National Grid, and as some of you probably know, is our future parent company, are really aligned with the needs for grid modernization. And so we do have not only National Grid, but PPL have very focused endeavors on grid modernization, and those will be presented in the formal forums for which we typically present, large capital infrastructure type projects. So I can't tell. Obviously, we just did a significant amount of upgrades to Aquidneck Island. It's been one of our biggest capital investments in recent years from electric infrastructure. We have a lot more to do across Rhode Island, and certainly as the needs and as demand for additional electrification endeavors continue to grow, and as renewables continue to tap into the system, we'll continually have to look at further investments to upgrade the system. And the hard part with all of that is how do you maintain an affordable electric bill, right? So we look at hopeful things like some of the federal funding that's coming down the pipeline, infrastructure bill funding. Are there opportunities there? We certainly hope so. We certainly are planning to capture and chase those opportunities as much as we can to mitigate the overall bill impacts, because we want to obviously try to sustain as much as possible affordability as we continue to build and reinforce the system. This is going to be a hot topic for not just now, but for many years to come, especially with the offshore wind forthcoming. We have a lot of work in the energy industry to do to meet the demand, to meet all the changing and the decarbonization goals. Certainly, we'll be at the forefront of embracing that and continue to drive and develop that. So I guess bottom line is look for next year. I can tell you once, presuming the PPL transition occurs, and even if it didn't, and National Grid would be presenting this, We do have a very formal grid modernization plan that we will be presenting through the Public Utilities Commission, and that will map out, at least for the next 5 years, what we foresee enhancing the infrastructure needs across Rhode Island. A lot of work to come. I wish I had more specifics for Aquidneck Island, but other than the on-island project that we just completed, there aren't any specific tactical changes as of yet, but I can assure you there will be as we continue to grow and develop our plan.
Well, it's the concerning part is we have the same non-redundancies, that's a term, with the electrical grid as we do with this gas pipeline. It's essentially one line feeds the island, and if that goes down, as we found back in, I don't know, was that Superstorm Sandy, when we lost the island for a couple of days because one pole fell. So
Yeah, we do have 2 lines, but yeah, that's always a concern with regard to our transmission lines. I mean, there are many areas across our franchise, across the system that, you know, some of the remote spots are only fed via 1 or 2 transmission lines, and you're right. You get one storm, knocks out that transmission line, it takes out the whole, you know, region, if you will. Obviously, even siting and permitting additional transmission lines is a challenge. I'm not sure if you've heard, you know, recently up in Maine, they're trying to build a new transmission corridor down to bring in additional hydro, which is fantastic, clean energy. And the people of Maine voted against building additional corridor transmission infrastructure. So you get, no matter what is well intended, there's always opposition that you have to work through. And I'm certainly hopeful they find a means to continue to construct that transmission line so that we can take advantage of additional hydroelectric power. But yeah, that'll be an ongoing challenge. You're right. The island does have 2 feeds. Transmission wise, what do we need to do for additional redundancy? You know, those are always continuing our evolving plans, and that's got to be always balanced with affordability. We'd love to build as much as we can, but obviously you got to keep costs at bay too.
Thank you, Brian. Are there any further questions?
I will say, certainly in tandem or in parallel to the EFSB process, we of course will be making sure we're following all the local permitting and ordinances and the like. So we'll be working very closely with the town, with Middletown and so forth, to ensure all of those obligations are continued to be met, or whatever additional requirements are necessary. And I do want to thank the community leaders, especially Rich Rayner there. He's been a great partner in helping us find our way forward here. The fire chief, police chief, been very helpful. We continue to support training and close engagement for, you know, emergency protocols and plans and so forth. And I just, you know, safety for us is a given. It's table stakes, it's paramount. We wouldn't be doing anything if we thought there was any kind of safety or risk involved. And I know there are members of the community that are concerned about safety. Certainly as part of the EFSB process, we have a very formal safety requirements, PHMSA requirements and so forth to meet. And we will be fully obligated to ensure that we follow those protocols and parameters. So I just like to say it's been a pleasure working with Portsmouth. You know, it really is a partnership. So much appreciated.
Yeah. Is anyone in the audience? Are there any questions? Sure.
Actually, I got a statement.
It's right. You got to come up to the
Thank
podium, name and address for the town clerk.
Good evening. My name is Stephen McDonald. I live at 124 Old Mill Lane, which is right across the street from the gas company. I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to discuss the operations, especially the noise of National Grid and Old Mill Lane pumping station. During my remarks here, I'm going to be utilizing 6 different references. The references are a letter that I sent to the Rhode Island Energy Board
the Rhode Island Energy Facility City Board in regards to docket 2021-04. Then the Rhode Island Energy Facility City Board SB Order 147, docket SB 2020-2, and then docket SB 2021-4, Order 150. I'm also going to utilize the EFSD project sitting report, portable LNG vaporization project, which was supplied by National Grid. Additionally, I'm going to use October 15, 2021 Narragansett Electric Company monthly report status to the EFSB, and then the October 26, 2021 National Grid letter to the neighbors and frequently asked questions. First of all, I have to thank the Rhode Island Energy Facility Sitting Board's decision in docket SB 2020-02 for recognizing that the National Grid LNG piping station located at Old Mill Lane is in fact a major energy facility. And by ordering and issuing SB Order 147, which required that National Grid shall file an application to construct a major energy facility with the board no later than June 1st, 2021. Mr. Schuster could say what he wants, but if they had not done that, they would not have gone through all this effort. So I'd like to once again say thank you to that board. I would also like to thank the nonprofit organizations and the state organizations for filing briefs with the EFSB, recognizing that there are major issues concerning the site, to include capacity, restraint, and vulnerability issues well beyond the needs of the immediate residential neighborhood. I'm not going to discuss those things at all. I'm just going to address the concerns of the neighborhood. We've lived at 124 Old Mill Lane, Portsmouth since October 1992. Because the gas transfer station was directly across the street, prior to buying the house, we spoke with representatives of the old gas company about the future plans of the site at 135 Old Mill Lane. We were told over the course of the next few years, the piping system would be upgraded, which would reduce the noise level when gas was flowing at high demand times, and the several tanks that were in the site were obsolete and would eventually be removed and not replaced. With that information, we decided to purchase the house. The former gas company over the next few years made those improvements, and since that time, the piping system as it stands without the LNG is not excessively noisy during peak operations. There's no real noise coming from that system. In January of 2019, National Grid experienced a gas outage on Quinton Island, which resulted in a loss of gas to many of its customers. As we all know, as a result of this outage, National Grid was given an operational waiver by the Rhode Island EFSB to operate a portable LNG operation through the winter of 2020/2021 heating season at the Old Mill Lane site. For the past 3 winters, these operations have had an adverse effect on the surrounding residential area. The winter months of 2019, after that, specifically late January, February, March, and even into February, they were loud. But you know what? There was a heating emergency going on. We get it. All right. I didn't complain. I didn't say anything. I kind of like bit my tongue when people in the neighborhood would say things, because I said to myself, hey, we got people in Newport that had no heat. We've got to support them. However, in 2019, 2020, that winter proved to be once again very unpleasant. The site was very loud. So in February of 2020, I brought my concerns to the town manager, and the town manager was very graceful. He spoke with me. He had the town police chief there, and he had the town fire chief. And I said to myself, these guys are good. They're good. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And then he passed my concerns on to the National Grid representative, Jacques Alfonso, who I have spoken to on several occasions. Unfortunately, nothing happened during that heating season. During the month of November 2020, National Grid made preparations to the site for the 2021 heating season. And at that time, before they got started, I got a chance to talk to a couple of the supervisors, and some of the suggestions that Mr. Schuster mentioned, I said, why don't you move that stuff back there? And I was essentially told, we can't do it. Now, I don't know anything about, the laws and what they can and cannot do, but all right, you can't do it. So what did they do? They put it in the exact same location. Remember, this is year number 3, not year number 1, not year number 2, but year number 3. There was no viable noise barrier, and the National Grid LNG site continued to be a neighborhood noise nightmare. During the heating season of 2020 through 2021, we complained several times to the EFSB, enforcement authorities, and once again to Mr. Jacques Alfonso, the National Grid Rhode Island Manager of Community and Customer Management. On January 21st of this year, we spoke with Jacques and the on-site supervisor, Nicholas, about the issues. They said they were trying not to operate during the evening and would attempt to throttle down the bent-off gas. Unfortunately, they were unsuccessful in their endeavors, and during the next few weeks, several times, we were awakened after 11 p.m. due to their required operations. I'm not sure about the noise abatement proposal that Mr. Schuster has just discussed tonight, whether or not those are going to be actually implemented tonight or for this coming year or not. I have a feeling they're not going to be, and I'm going to address that a little bit later. And I'm basing that on the letter that we received from National Grid on October 27th. Make no mistake about it, the operation of noise projected from this site is unacceptable for a residential area. Normal operations at this site produce very loud noises at many times of the day. When the LNG was heated up for expansion, the generated noise is extremely loud. It can be heard throughout my house. This occurred during morning, evening, and overnight time frames. I'm now going to reference a publication that was submitted by National Grid to the EFSB, and it talks about noise. On page 66 of this reference, the EFSB Project City Report Portable LNG Vaporization Project, it says noise is defined as unwanted or excessive sound. That paragraph continues to describe several terms such as loudness, dBA sound levels, and human perceptions of acoustic energy. Page 67 is a table which gives examples of the various sound pressure levels, subjecting evaluation to examples in the environment. In accordance with that table, a subjective evaluation of loud is 70 dBA. Page 68 states the following. The state of, and I quote, the state of Rhode Island does not have regulations that set community noise exposure criteria or abatement measurements. Instead, noise abatement criteria are instituted by the municipalities of Rhode Island. The project is located in Portsmouth, but the property is also on the town line with Middletown. Both towns have developed noise impact criteria as follows. Essentially, Portsmouth and Newport DBA for residential and open spaces from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. is 65 dBA, and from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. is 55 dBA. Page 77 states the following, and I quote, the noise analysis calculated the potential sound levels at the project, assuming full operation of the equipment necessary to vaporize. The sound levels generated by the equipment range from 65 dBA to 97 dBA. The sound levels exceed the Portsmouth and Middletown sound limit of 55 dBA for residential zone areas during the nighttime period and are therefore not in compliance with their noise ordinances. I'd just like to remind you, National Grid's admitting they break the rules, and they've got nothing to do about it. Page 85 discusses possible noise mitigation measures. Unfortunately, there's nothing there that leads me to believe that the noise issues that we're discussing are going to be permanently corrected, or at least corrected for this year. They may be corrected in 2023, 2024, but they're certainly not going to be corrected in 2022. Past experiences indicate differently. On Sunday, November 29th of 2020, National Grid tested their equipment at Old Mill Lane, Portsmouth, Rhode Island. The testing was continuous from 2 p.m. to 3:10 p.m. and intermittent at other times during the day. Why do I bring it up? Because National Grid had previously indicated that testing would be done only during normal business hours, Monday through Friday. Page 88 states, section 2577 of the Code of Town of Portsmouth provides the maximum permissible sound levels by receiving land uses. A sound variance from the Portsmouth Town Council will be required for the operation of the project. So essentially, he's not saying it, and it's not in their written reports, but they're going to have to ask for a sound variance. So I'm going to beg you, not when they come and ask for it, don't give it to them. It's my firm belief that statement alone indicates to me that National Grid's intentions are to bully the neighbors, bully the town of Portsmouth into providing a local municipal sound variance and avoid state oversight in this regard. They're going to try and keep the state away as long as they can. My experience shows that National Grid has no intention of putting in the required design effort. Did he mention that he's going to do it for this year? No, he did not. They've gone ahead and laid down the foundations the same identical way for this year that they did last year. I've been watching them construct it. They have not put the fence back. They haven't placed anything back there. No, it's the same location. I'm now going to go to my second, last two references. This is the filing on behalf of the Narragansett Electric Company, an original of the monthly report that they had to submit. And this is dated October 21st, 2021, as required by the Energy Facility City Board Order number 150. The date October 15th is what's important to me, because later on I'm going to refer something that's dated October 27th. And I'm not going to read the whole thing, but what they say is the company's in the process of securing engineering services needed to design and permit changes to the property that will allow them for a different equipment layout and to provide space for sound mitigation measures. The service provider will be selected this October. Okay, that was last month. And then it continues on and it says the study of noise impacts and mitigation with third-party consultant utilizing a new equipment layout. That's not for this year, that's for down the road. On October 26th of this year, from National Grid, we received a letter. It's called a Dear Neighbor letter. And it says, in the coming weeks, National Grid and its contractor will begin mobilizing equipment on its Old Mill Lane property to reinforce system reliability for Aquatic Island during the upcoming 2021/2022 winter seasons. Like last year, this setup will allow for additional gas supplies to be accessed should it be needed on the coldest days of the year to meet peak customer demand. Doesn't say anything in there about system going down. It says peak customer demand. We and other key stakeholders see this winter mobilization as a prudent effort to meet our commitment to the customers and communities we serve. And then it talks about how long it's going to be on site. The next thing I'm going to discuss in that, they sent us what they call The equipment guy on Portsmouth LNG frequently asked questions. And this is dated October 21st. And there's about 13 or 14 of these questions. And when I first originally saw it, I was kind of shocked because I was asking a lot of questions. And none of the questions I asked were on the frequently asked question things. Okay? So I'm sorry, the first one they reported, no. So let's get to question number 5. What sort of noise or lighting impacts come with the setup? And this is what their response is. During initial setup, there will be a slight increase in truck traffic in the area, but it would be limited to usual working hours. Once setup is complete, traffic should be limited to staff changes. If we experience a cold snap and required additional deliveries to the site, there would be truck traffic during the colder temperatures. I want you to keep that in mind because my next statement is going to talk about safety and we're going to address that. Noise impacts are minimal when the site is in a standby operation, especially with the recent installation of an electric service which will reduce the need to continuously run a generator on site. That is a bold-faced misinformation. And the reason why I say that happened last year. That's not this year. Nowhere in there does it say that they're going to make any changes about noise abatement for this year. Mr. Schuster has not addressed this year's noise problem one bit. Almost done, I really am. Okay, my last concern is the safety of the neighborhood streets. Page 77 of the reference 4 I talked to you about, that's once again what they went ahead and submitted to the ESB, says if the facility remains operational at maximum peak loads for a 24-hour period, then approximately 17 LGN tanker trucks would be needed to refill the storage tanks. They keep on site between 3 and 5 tanks. That means 12 tanks are going to have to go to that site somewhere during that 24-hour period of time. I don't know about you, and I don't know how familiar you are with Wapping Road, Old Mill Lane, etc. I'm sure you are. But these trucks are large. They are big. And when they try getting into that property, they literally have to have somebody directing them so they don't go onto the adjacent property lines. Why? I know that because I complained to them about it. So they would send somebody out there. They just can't move these things around. So you're going to have these 12 large trailers that are going to be required to travel the narrow streets during the dead of winter, probably some snow, probably some ice. They're going to be going through down Wapping Road, Old Mill Lane. No, it's not a safe area. There's no sidewalks there. There's no real shoulders. And depending upon the time of day, there's school bus stops. I'm sorry, now I'm not sorry to say this at all, but this is a recipe for a tragic accident. It does not belong in this neighborhood. After reviewing the Energy Facility Sitting Board Sitting Project Report from the Portable LNG Vaporization Project, it is acutely apparent that National Grid's intentions, well, I don't think they're above board. They're going to stay there as long as they possibly can, and they're going to sugarcoat everything, but they are not going to be the good neighbor that they say they are. They're going to use every legal means to draw this process out and simultaneously extend operations on the island. They have to, otherwise they won't make money. We know that. For those of us who live in this area, that's unacceptable. I strongly urge you not to issue any, when they come and ask for noise variance for this heating season, not to give them that. And I also would ask you to review an extensive review of their truck travel routes through Portsmouth and Middletown, so we know where the accident is going to occur, because there is going to be an accident eventually. If not this year, but if they do what they want to do, it's going to be later on. Thank you for allowing me to express my concerns about this issue. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. Oh, I will be speaking at this hearing on the 17th, on the 18th. And when I say I'm grateful, I really am grateful to the EFSB, because they are doing wonderful work and making sure seeing that. Mr. Schuster, I'll see you there.
Okay. Thank you. Just a couple of just, I know you have an opportunity, I'm going to give you the opportunity to rebut, respond to the comments. I do want to ask the opportunity to contribute to the site, some of the site improvements. Is that for next year? Is that one of the options that you're considering? Is moving some of the equipment further back if you get the approvals? And that's your plan?
Make sure I'm off here. So first of all, yeah, let me acknowledge, and I completely applaud Mr. McDonald's comments and respect full-heartedly what he said. And that's right. The plans to relocate, the ability to relocate on the site is not simply just moving the trucks back. Not only do we have to get the proper permitting to moving to the wetlands area, we have to extend the tap pipe. The connection point of which we tap into the system is a pipe. It sticks right out of the ground. You can see it as you drive by. We got to relocate that, so we'd have to build that back. None of those relocations are permitted or allowed. That is not happening for this winter. And I apologize if I misled or had left the impression that we were doing that this winter. That's only part of our permanent long-term plan in order to build and find additional opportunities for sound mitigation. So yeah, that is absolute. We already have approval from the EFSB to operate this winter. And Mr. McDonald is right. It's the same setup as last winter because we can't really locate that equipment. There's much work to do to be able to do that on top of just the permitting in itself from the Department of Environmental Management that we need to receive. I will say, and again, additional sound mitigation without the real estate to be able to do that, we can't. There's not room to erect a sound attenuation wall. Which is why we want to relocate it back. It's not something you can just do on our own. That has its own permitting in itself. So yeah, we have work to do. So we're talking next winters, forthcoming winters, and again, want to make sure I was clear on that.
So, Mr. Schuster, when the system is in operation, what's the frequency for the noise that's impacting the neighbor system? And then when the system's in operation, is it once a week, once a month? Like, what's the frequency that we're talking about?
So yeah, we've done our full sound analysis, and I'm not going to be not trying to hide anything. Absolutely, some of those operations are outside the noise ordinance levels, and we know that. And that's we will be looking at what can we do to mitigate. And that's why ultimately, at the end of the day, if we can't meet the sound ordinance levels that are required with these additional sound attenuation measures and future installations, that's why we're looking at the options of purchasing properties. We know this is a hindrance to the community. We're not in any way, shape trying to sugarcoat or hide that. But the frequency, so this equipment has the vaporization units, the boilers, and so forth. They need to cycle on to maintain the pressures If you allowed the system to get too cold, you know, things would freeze up and so forth. So there are heaters that cycle on and off, and those happen. And as Mr. McDonald highlighted, he's talked to our operational folks in the field. They've tried to mitigate as much as possible the cycling of the equipment at nighttime, because that's when it's most impactful. But you can't prohibit it 100% without you know, jeopardizing the integrity of the operation of the equipment itself. So the really loud evolutions is when we have to vent to lower pressures, and that's a normal operation that can happen once a week, and that's where you hear a very loud hissing noise. You can see it. It's a venting. That's going to be different this year. That's the one change. And Mr. McDonald was right. We had a generator installed last year. That was an improvement last year. We'll have that again this. We obviously have an electric service. I'm sorry. We had an electric service installed, so we didn't need to use a generator. That'll be in place again this year. But the one additional attenuation measure is we do have it's called blowdowns. Our blowdown manifold will be installed so that all of that venting will be completely mitigated, and you won't hear any of it, because it's just venting right into a pipe that goes right into the system. But yeah, those operations, they're based on the temperatures, the climate. I mean, if it's warmer out, you'll have less of the heaters needing to cycle on and off and so forth. So it all depends on how cold it is. But we totally recognize, and in no way, shape, or form are we saying that this is not a hindrance to, especially the McDonald's, who live right across the street. I mean, there are 3 or 4 neighbors that are, you know, a couple hundred feet away from this thing, and of course that's not ideal. We would never suggest that it would be. We're just trying to do everything we can, because at the end of the day, yeah, this is a hindrance to 3 or 4 neighbors, but this is for the safety and the mitigation of outages for thousands of people, which in itself, is a critical thing that we don't take lightly. It's important that we retain that safety for the entire island. So again, I fully respect, and I will see Mr. McDonald next Thursday with the rest of our team, and we'll continue to do what we can as best as we can. But the bottom line is we need to operate this facility to protect the entire island.
Thank you, Brian. One final question, the trucks. My understanding that you kind of have them already staged there, and they're there, so the likelihood of trucks going to that facility during a storm event would be, would that be a likely scenario? Because you already have the material there, correct?
We do. So as Mr. McDonald highlighted, the worst case scenario, the most extreme circumstance, where we mentioned potentially bringing in, basically refueling 17 trucks, would be the scenario. You have a transmission interruption, and you're at these coldest temperatures of the year. The worst case scenario that we could predict in all of our analysis is, throughout the operation, you could roll in to refuel the existing tanks that are on site. So if we have 5 tanks always at the ready, which, by the way, for the last few winters, we haven't had to roll any additional trucks out of the site other than the initial deployment, and then when we had to leave, there were no refueling, because we actually did not have to vaporize. We were there completely the last 2 winters as a contingency only. The last 2 winters, as most people know, were pretty warmer weather winters. But, again, we're not taking that risk by not having the contingency in place. But yeah, the worst case scenario with a full transmission interruption, cold temperatures, we could the most we could do in a daily cycle would be 17 refuels, 17 trunks, and they would be staying there. They come in, refuel, and leave, refill the truck, refill the tanks, kind of thing, or replace the tanks, and then we'd exit. There would never be 17. You couldn't fit 17 tankers on that property. Mr. McDonald's right. They're large tankers, and once you bring one in, you take one out, and you could cycle through potentially at most 17 in a day. Obviously, we hope that never occurs, and frankly, the the opportunity for that to occur is extremely rare, less than 1%.
Thank you, Mr. Schuster. That's everything. Any more questions, comments, councilors? Anyone in the audience? Nope.
I would like to highlight the route we take. Of course, we coordinate with the local police and fire officials, and when we transport, when we bring in them, we let the local authorities know as well. So there's awareness that they're coming in and out. I totally understand and respect the safety. Again, we're riding through some streets that aren't ideal for this type of traffic. So we make sure we take as much as safety precautions as we can, including the notification to the local officials. And for obviously security purposes, we don't broadcast that to the public, but we do certainly let the local officials know, the police and fire.
All right, anything else? We got another resident.
Lawrence Sylvia, 24 Old Mill Lane. My property is right across. I can walk from my property across the street into their driveway. This started a long time ago. I've been on Old Mill Lane for 8 years. I remember them putting the pipe in. My uncle Louis gave me the right. And in the beginning, it was just fine. Then they, through greed, what they wanted to do was mitigate cost. What started the whole thing? I guess from what I gathered at the last meeting, that they got the original permission, is by introducing gas into the line during the cold months, their overall price goes down. In other words, they pay, at that time, I think it was out on, but at any rate, they pay the maximum that they use for the year. So if they could mitigate it in the cold months, then they paid less for the other 8 months. That's what started this. Now they've got to the point where now they're trying to make it commercial. Well, this is a residential area, and they're sacrificing quality of life and safety for an industrial company. And National Grid could straighten this out, but this is the cheapest way. They own the property, the easiest way for them out. I would think that they would take the safest way out, and that would be not to do this. Trucks, you have no idea, if you have not seen one of these tanker trucks, you have no idea, they block out the sun when they go by. I mean, they just take up the whole road. I don't know how many gallons they are. It's just, I have never seen a truck that big. You could take a regular oil truck and pour it in there 3 or 4 times. I wish they would move. They do not deserve to be there. Everybody's been against them, but somehow they call us on. Thank you.
That's everything, Brian. All right, so again, just to recap, there is the meeting is on the 1 o'clock at 1 o'clock.
We'll have that, we get that posted on our website.
All right. Thank you. We'll go on now to our next item. The request to advertise for a public hearing for the comprehensive community plan.
The words right out of my mouth. I'm here to request to advertise and ask the set dates for public hearings for the comprehensive community plan. January sometime, we will have the document completed day of next week, so you will have so I have a copy of it in the clerk's office. We will publish it online, and if any of you want a hard copy of it, at it, so I need to do to make sure that it's well seen.
Right, for our meeting days.
January is the 10th to 24th.
We're looking, because it's a 4 day, we're looking at the 31st of January, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of February. January's one of those. Five.
Yes. But the document, again, would be to the website, so we have ample time to review it.
Those are the dates, a good solid 2 months.
I think it gives everybody ample time. Also, budget, for budget season and not during the holidays.
You have to advertise 3 times prior to that. So it's like-
Yeah, right after the first year.
And we already have the advertisement already written. All we have to do is change dates.
All right, so there we have it. After the public hearing, January 31st, February 1st, 2nd, 3rd.
Right.
Third if needed.
Yeah.
Section.
Covered lots.
Okay, well.
We schedule a public hearing for the comprehensive community plans for January 31st, February 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott? Aye. Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Motion passes 6-0. All right. On to the next item, it's the public hearing to consider the proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance for energy system regulation. Okay. Thank you. Recap here. This item came before the council. Ms. Abbott had suggested ordinance changes. Plan board, as well as some gross smart recommendations. It has rendered decisions. They made a recommendation to the council about the public tonight. I know that there are folks there. This is your.
Sure. Yeah, first I just want to clarify something that, you just said, Mr. President. These are not actually my recommendations. The letter from Grossmart RI sometime last year with, very good suggestions for how we can improve our solar ordinance and make it more align better with the goals and priorities of the residents of Portsmouth. And, I think we discussed it briefly here on the council and agreed that a lot of their recommendations were pretty good and that were worthy of consideration. This was the recommended path toward considering those recommendations. And so I submitted them for consideration as, just simple red lines to our existing ordinance. I still stand by them. I think they're all very good recommendations. They're based on ordinances from other towns that have gone through different iterations of their ordinances until they got to one that was a better fit for their community and achieved their overall goals. And so I think that is the objective here, is to revise our ordinance so that it can more closely reflect the priorities of the residents of Portsmouth. Hearing a lot about. So I read the memo that the planning board submitted back to us, and I think I agree with some of the comments they made, but I'll just make some very broad statements, and then I think it's more important for us to hear from the members of the public that are here tonight that Very shocking. So there were two comments that I was kind of disappointed about in the memo. Is there was a comment that the proposed amendments do not advance implementing a policy of support for the development of sustainable renewable energy resources in both the public and private sector. I think that's unfair to say regarding a solar ordinance, because in the town of Portsmouth, what the solar ordinance is essentially doing is promoting the installation of power plants on our open space, which is really what we should be trying to avoid. I think if we really want to promote clean energy and renewable energy, we should be installing solar panels on town hall, on our schools, maybe over the parking lot, over comments. You know, there's a lot of options for where we can install solar farms. I think the worst of them is cutting down trees to do it. I think equally problematic one in a town like Portsmouth is covering open green space with solar panels. I think what the Navy did on West Main Road is a massive eyesore. I haven't met a single person that says, oh, how nice that they've added this to our town. So I think we need to really think carefully about how we're going to allow this specific kind of renewable energy. I would, and I think I've said this before, but I'd rather see the town promote or provide incentives for more homeowners to install solar panels. Or, let's do it as part of our school refurbishments, put solar panels on our schools so we can sell back to the community. Anyway, that's really not the point of this, but there are other options. There was another comment here about not allowing more large scale developments in residential districts. I think that is a no-brainer to me. We shouldn't have solar farms in residential districts. If they really want to install a solar farm in a residential district, they have the option to go to the zoning board and ask for their property to be rezoned, because that is an industrial, light industrial, whatever you want to call it, or however you gauge it, use, and it's not a residential use. So I think my primary concern was I know it requires a special use permit, as do most things in the town of Portsmouth, but medium and large scale solar energy systems do not belong in residential districts. Period. End of story. I don't think you'd find very many Portsmouth residential. And then I'll close with the thing that really stuck out to me the most, that I think kind of says it all, but the one comment that 24 of the 33 vacant lots do not survive application of the 200-foot setback requirement and leave 0 square feet of land available for solar developments. 33 vacant lots. Can you imagine if we had 33 little solar farms dotting our landscape that look just like a mini version of that eyesore on West Main Road? I really don't think that's the goal of allowing solar arrays in our town. I think we really can do better than that. Maybe there's some compromise on some of these recommendations, but I do think we need to take a hard look at the ordinance and improve it so that it can mitigate some of the harm to our residents. And I'll get at that. Thank you.
I just want to clarify a couple of comments there. The zoning board cannot rezone the parcel. Town council could rezone. Put that out there. The town council. I would also like to try to, and I know that a lot of folks are on to the double property. Try to keep things separated. The solar field development, putting on the solar and right now, the town had no control over that. That was government land. That they go in there and do that without the town having 0 say. I do opportunities. Development in the town. There's an ordinance in place that provides the town protection. And I assure you, if the Navy had to comply with our ordinance, not look like it does currently right now.
President?
Sorry. Getting closer.
Just allow it.
All right. So I do know that there's a tendency to think everything like Melville. I assure you that Melville was not our choice. I wish they would do something about it. I wish they would screen it. It is an eyesore, but every solar development, like, not the intention of the solar ordinance. The intention of the solar ordinance was to allow property owners like to develop their parcel if they could. I do want to clarify a couple of things as well, and I know that staff has spent a lot of time on ordinance. Was crafted with the towns. They have public hearings on the ordinance. So ordinance currently in place has been well vetted. I'd also like to state that the recommendations that were presented went through our planning board process, and there was public hearings associated with that. And we all have the minutes. I don't think anyone went. Planning board. I'm not really sure the planning board how to weigh in on these changes. And in reading the minutes, they continued 3 times, and then they finally acted on these changes at August 11th meeting. And there was no presentation really of, I think the planning board read the changes. They had a memo. The department reviewed this, made their recommendations, and they found some inconsistent recommendations. Our comprehensive one. So that's where you're seeing recommendations from the department, planning board, and they. I believe it was one abstention, no action on the changes. So, you know, the planning board is our guiding board with development regulations. But I do want to say, and I'm going to allow everybody their opportunity to speak. So, you know, at this point, the planning board has decided to render their decision, and they did not make any recommendations. So, when speaking tonight, I want everybody to take their time, go through the process. If you're nervous, take your time up there. Everybody's gonna have time to speak, so please don't. Process, however long it takes, it'll take, and then we will decide what to do after that. We have members of the Crosby's here, Mike Passiola, is available. We will try to answer questions as we go. But at this point, council, I don't put the floor up, it is a public hearing. Again, when you come up, please state your name and address for the clerk, and happy to hear you. So, who had their hand up first? But I'm going to say you're closer, so come on up.
My name is Robert Hale. I live at 815 Portsmouth. I wanted to bring something to the attention of the town council, that there's a distinct disconnect between this town council's interpretation and approval of what the master plan solar should be in accordance with the ordinance that is currently in effect. That I will give you comes directly from the recent planning board meeting that I attended regarding the solar application by Malawi Power for a industrial solar array on forested land off of Union Street. I specifically point you to ordinance, section A that states that minimizing impacts on scenic, natural, and cultural resources is one of the intentions of the ordinance. I would also point you to the fact, to go to section G, number 1, site design, again, where it says, operated to minimize potentially adverse impacts to nearby properties, natural resources, individuals, habitats, animals, birds, and so forth. So this is the guidance that this planning board or this town council, through its interpretation of the master plan, said this is how the leadership of our town wants solar development. I'll point you to when looking at minimization and when you talk about the Raleigh project as an example, it proposes in their plans that have been presented to the planning board better than 95–98% of a mature forest area. I presented my concerns that did not meet the intent of the current ordinance that we have in place, which states to minimize impact. My concern that I bring to your attention is the fact that there's a disconnect between what your intent was, as is displayed here, and how minimize, as an example, is being interpreted by not only the planning board, but I would point to a Newport Daily News from today, in which it states from Michael Osceola, Assistant Town Planner, that states, I think some of the concerns of others are misinterpreting the ordinance where it deals with clearing, lot clearing, and it says that basically developers should try to avoid it when avoidable to clear land. A quote from the Daily News. So if Mr. Osceola says it's wrong, then I would take his word. But it further states it's not saying that you have to avoid it totally. Okay. How in heaven's name does an ordinance that says minimize impact when applied to a plan to clear a mature forested area of better than 90%, how is that interpreted by our assistant town planner to say, well, no, they really don't, those abutters don't know what they're talking about as far as this ordinance goes. They really don't have to do that. Okay, I'm sorry, but the ordinance says they do. I would also point out during that last planning board meeting, where again, in this ordinance, where it speaks to buffers, the planning board shall have the authority to set site-specific width buffers, height of plants and planting, and to require an opaque screen to adjacent properties and public roads. I'm in a butter to this project. When the questions were raised to our planning board about it, and we have people who are certified landscapers who have official certifications on this. And we brought up the fact and said, it is impossible to put an opaque screen on something that goes from 146 feet to, with the proposed solar panels, 172 feet. And the fact that they're going to cut the trees, mature forests, that they say, well, we're going to leave a buffer 10 feet high. And you talk about opaque, and we brought that up to the planning board. And the response we got was, well, it may be opaque in 5 or 10 or 15 years. And I sit here and say, that's not what this ordinance says. Opaque means right now. Opaque means when you put this in. And there's no physical way possible, no matter how many trees they plant, because of the topography of the ridge line that runs, There's no way, shape, and form. So again, whether it is our assistant town planner or whether it is our planning board people that are stating this, I want you all to understand, this is how they're interpreting your guidance. And the reason I really get in high hope is because I see this statement, and I thank you, Mr. Hamilton. That's in the Newport Daily News. I thank him for being the sound of truth where he states, I'm not a big fan of cutting down trees to create a solar farm. It defeats the purpose. Hamilton said, I believe the biggest concern I've seen from the one by one is the fact that they're going to be taking down a forest to do it, which is ridiculous. You only understand the enforcement mechanism that you have power over that is in place for this town is not doing their job. I don't know why. When I see an ordinance that says minimize, I don't see, and then I see the assistant town planner say, well, not really. They really don't know what the butters know what that means. They don't need to really do that. That's, I'm like, you all need to know there's a serious problem in our town government. When the people that are supposed to be executing your guidance are not doing it. And it's not my opinion, it is a fact. You look at the board minutes, you look at the statements that are made in public, there's no subjectivity here. The ordinance with regards to placement of an industrial solar array on forested land, mature land, that is not even 300 feet from the Lawton Valley Reservoir, and the interpretation we see here, I could not see a more inconsistent plan if I looked at it when we have our ordinance here. Something's got to be done, ladies and gentlemen. Something has to be done.
Yeah, it's true.
Again, it's all here. It's all fact.
I'll get you next.
All right.
David Howard, I live at 36 Murray Rose Drive. I have questions about the processes being manner in which the solar ordinance come together. Specifically, how the planning board made its recommendations to the town council.
Hold on, Mr. Howard.
I'm
You should,
sorry.
just angle it up a little bit.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry. Those of us that attended the planning board meeting regarding the proposed amendments to the solar ordinance, pretty surprised at the way things occurred. First of all, you mentioned that there was nobody as a proponent of proposed amendments that presented. There were many people that spoke on behalf of those amendments. Secondly, what really confused me, how the planning board, whether there was guidance that they could only vote for all of the amendments or none of the amendments. They only discussed, as a board, they only discussed setbacks of 200 feet. And said that setbacks weren't going to work at that distance because the town planner had presented the evidence showing how many lots would be eliminated. And I saw the report that addressed that. But I didn't see any report that addressed the impact of 150 feet, 100 feet, 75 feet. Why? Secondly, during that planning board meeting, there were no discussions by the planning board members of any other proposed amendment. The board checked up about it and talked long about all solar ordinance benefits without addressing the amendments directly. So I'm at a loss to understand how that was a public hearing where the planning board actually addressed amendments, muted or confirmed them one by one, and why they had to vote them all down if they voted one down. That's crazy. Anybody explain why that happened?
I can only go by the, I did notice that, that there was really, I, here tonight, I do know that a lot of folks got up and you were one of them, I believe. And again, I can't speak for the planning. What occurred, the only thing that struck me was that there was no one there to present the change. But, we had, a recommendation for changing. Just like there was no one there to review why it is what it is, there was really no one there to explain the positive side of some of the change. There's no room to go. And in between, if there was any type of opportunity for compromise, if there was any discussion, consideration, or compromise, this is what I got out of it.
Exactly.
So I do have those notes, and I do have thoughts that I will press once as an opportunity.
Okay.
But I do acknowledge what you're saying, and that I did kind of look at everything as one. I think they looked at the recommendations as a whole and not maybe individually.
Well, I can tell you as a resident how it felt. It felt that it was predetermined.
Well, I again, think that, and that's just speculation.
The next point continues on the questions of process. I believe you, Mr. President, during an early discussion of this solar ordinance, said you had a lot of faith and confidence in the various boards that reviewed all of the plans that are being submitted as proposals. In one of the zoning board review hearings on one of the solar proposals, the president of the zoning board said, if it's in the ordinance, we have no choice but to. That strikes me as another disconnect.
Well, no, I think, again, and maybe take it out of context, I did spend 14 years on the zoning board. I do know that each application evaluate the criteria for what's requested against the rules and the ordinance. It's an allowable use. They're conforming to the development standards, then yeah, it would.
But that is a disconnect with what Mr. Chabelle said, that the town can change setbacks for any of the plans.
What Mr. Chabelle indicated was the way the ordinance is, that there's a 50-foot minimum setback. The planning board has the authority to go along with that 50 feet, ask for 100 feet. They could ask for 75 feet. They can reach that setback requirement if felt it was necessary for the project. The zoning board would have to get relief from the zoning board. They have to go ask for variance. So there's different mechanisms between the zoning board and the planning board. And so I think that becomes the discretion of the board. And I can only speak to my time on the zoning board. Everybody gave their best on the zoning board. Everybody brings a different experience, a different background. Some are technical, some are not. And so, those things should be evaluated during the testimony that's provided to the zoning board. I assume it's the same with the planning board, but again, I can't speak to what occurs at the planning board meetings. Absolutely. Do I have faith in the zoning board? Absolutely. Do I have faith in our planning department? Yes, because, these, town has changed a lot in time. I've been a resident in the town for close to 48 years. This town has changed a lot, and, change is tough, change is hard. And I've seen, what were farms are now subdivisions. What were forests are now subdivisions. So things have changed. If you've been in town long enough, you've seen a lot of change. And so that change, the quality, the character that everybody, really wants to preserve. The planning board, the zoning board, they've had a lot to do with preserving that quality, that character that everybody enjoys and takes pride in. And so none of these decisions that they make are easy. I would bet that they do their due diligence when evaluating things. So, that's my position on it. That's what I said earlier, and I stand by it.
Does the board agree or disagree with the URI study that living here 1 mile of commercial solar array decreases your property value by 1.7%? Living within 1/10 of a mile of a commercial solar array lowers your property values by 7%.
No comment on that. I don't know who the other counselors. You wanna weigh in on it?
There's other studies that say that the impact, so. And I asked him specifically if he looked at the property values at the rate that currently exists. Gentleman who did the study anymore.
That rate didn't exist when you
Don't exist now. Said, no, I didn't look at that. I don't know what solar arrays you looked at. I haven't seen any property value that has dropped, but I've read other studies that it doesn't, that property values are not affected, so.
So you don't agree with URI study?
I don't think there's enough information on either side, because the commercial solar arrays haven't been around long enough to make informed judgment. But I've seen 2 studies, one says it's affected, one says it doesn't.
If you are a property owner that was with a mile of an existing solar array, the second one has been proposed for 200 feet from the property. Concern? Yeah.
I would be more concerned that in their current setbacks, they could go back to being a junkyard. It could be anything. It's a light industrial facility. It can become just about anything. But not solid.
We have a light industrial facility at the end of one of our cul-de-sacs.
Yes.
It has 6 or 7 businesses. It has a good buffer. We don't see it. We don't hear it. Proposed setbacks and vegetative buffers in current ordinance. But I believe most of the proposals show is a 50-foot setback and 4 vegetative barrier that will only hide the array from street level. A lot of people here that have 2-story homes that are going to be butters. They're going to be looking at it, sees the glass. I don't think that that's going to do their property values. My opinion. But then any movement towards holding a workshop. For this board.
So, on my list of questions.
Questions for who? Okay. Are you aware that Middletown recently announced that they are proposing banning solar arrays in residential zone areas? Are you aware that the city of Warwick is a 6-month moratorium on solar?
I'm not aware, and I'm sure that there are probably reasons why. So just, I mean, do you have, is there something that that you want to specifically talk to the ordinance changes. Because I know there's a lot of opposition to the school ordinance. And, you know, we could be here all night if that's what it takes, but please stick to the comments or concerns about the ordinance or the ordinance change.
My last comment is, in reply to something you said about the media array. And it's true that the town has no control of the media. That array, as I understand it, was put up by a Balfour Beatty contractor. Anybody talked to Balfour Beatty? Has anybody talked to the Navy and requested that they put up the smallest little vegetative barrier along Western Road?
Yes.
Yes.
Town administrator, myself, other individuals in the town, so
Whose decision is it, Balfour Beatty's
the
or
Navy's. The Navy could in turn request that Balfour Beatty could. They haven't been willing to do it as of yet.
Okay, it sounds like it's time for a petition. Thank you for trying.
You could send letters to the captain of the base. I don't know who it is.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Howard.
If I may just add a couple comments.
Absolutely.
In response to some of the discussion here, I think, with regards to the comment about there not being a presentation at the planning board, I think all the proposed changes were derived from a letter submitted to the town by Gross Smart RI. They're not a nonprofit organization that has helped dozens of communities craft solar ordinances. Because generally most residents can't afford to hire a lawyer to help craft an ordinance that suits their needs. And they made recommendations specific to our ordinance for how we could improve it and better it for our community. So I think that in and of itself was a presentation of those proposed changes. And then second is, I think, you know, the comments from both of the gentlemen in the audience kind of indicates that our ordinance is a little subjective and leaves room for interpretation by the planning board, which at face value is great, but if there is difficulty in executing those decisions so that they reflect what the priorities and goals of our community are, then it's the onus shouldn't be on residents to go attend every single meeting. The onus is on us. The onus is on us to make sure that our ordinance is clear and clearly states and gives specific guidelines as to what should or should not be allowed in our communities. So I think it behooves us to take the time to improve the ordinance so that we eliminate some of this pain and heartache from the members in our community. And there were several residents that reached out after that Gross Smart letter was essentially, you know, received and placed on file without any action. And this was a way to take action on that letter. So I think that's the goal of this process.
I too was perplexed by the planning board. And then package up or down, if you read annotated amendments, proposed amendments, their comments, just pick one example. Section G1, land clearing. Which would be part of this amendment that says, you know, 20% of the area, this is talking about clearing land. Uncleared woodlands, in no case shall the total area of cleared woodlands exceed 20,000 square feet. The comment is, there should be a stipulation on when to clear place, because what if we clear it just prior to the application, then does that work? So that's not saying they approve this or oppose it, they're asking for more clarity. And yet when they voted to do something, they just voted the entire thing as let them not done. So I'm perplexed why that's the approach. In a couple of instances, they mentioned having a workshop to go through these items. I absolutely believe this. appropriate. So, I remember being on a council that faced a zoning challenge when a big box store wanted to. And our zoning at the time would have allowed it. And we had to do some quick maneuvering in order to fix that zoning. Context of that. Limited time moratorium. So that we could have the time to address the changes or not, whatever the council chose to do then. Whatever we would choose to do now. We would have the time to have the hearing, have the workshop, work on the ordinance.
I would be in favor of a moratorium until we get this all.
We are a busy council with a lot on our agenda and we're working towards coming up budget season and adopting a master plan. But I want the moratorium to be of limited time, get it done.
I think the one issue we have with moratorium as a solicitor is probably is even if there was a moratorium, it would not affect projects that are currently in front of the plan.
That is correct. But that is why I think we need a moratorium so that there aren't more projects.
That's fine,
Right?
but I just want people to understand that if there is a moratorium placed tonight, that it wouldn't affect any projects that are currently in front of boards for approval. Nor would any changes to the ordinance affect those projects either. If we were to make changes to the current ordinance, they wouldn't affect projects that are currently in front of the boards.
I know.
Because they were grandfathered in under the current ordinance.
I just wanted to make one comment to clear up something that Mr. Katzman said. The annotated ordinance that you saw, those comments were technical comments from Mike and myself for the planning board's consideration. They were not planning board.
Thank you.
My name is Robin Youngton and I live at 49 West Passage Drive. When I get this right, so I'm going to read part of this. I'm really surprised by actually what you said about how the planning board, there were no presentations. I've been, and my neighbors have been to nearly every planning board meeting in the past year. We've been before your board. We've been to the design review board. There has been a lot of discussion about the solar complexes that have been proposed for mostly the west side of Portsmouth. I don't know about the east side. And so I'm really shocked. But this goes to our daily news story that ran today. I don't know if you got a chance to see it, but I think it shows the frustration that those of us who've been questioning the ordinance feel. And the headline, which I think really nails it, is, well, we're getting ignored. That should help you read the room. It should help you understand the frustration that has festered in my neighborhood, at Union Street, and other places in Portsmouth concerning the solar ordinance. Because obviously, there was the last time we were here and talked about the solar ordinance. And with the exception of a few, thank you very much, Ms. Abbott, for your efforts. Thank you, Mr. Council. Also, at the planning board, people, I mean, we were there till almost midnight, I think, at one of the last meetings. It was unbelievable. Everybody was wiped out, and then the planning board voted, and they just did what they were going to do anyway. So how do you think that makes the neighbors feel, the abutters? In the same newspaper article, there was the comment that's already been referred to, that the abutters are misinterpreting the ordinance in terms of clearing the lots. And another official said, I don't know if the concerned abutters have a really solid objection, they just don't want it built. Well, that dismisses everything that we've been saying for a year. To just write it off instead of saying that we don't have solid objections. Yes, we do have solid objections. We do not want a huge industrial solar plant right in the middle of our neighborhood. And we don't want it near the reservoir. And we don't want to see them come and spread all throughout Portsmouth and destroy mostly the west side. So I think that's really what's been misinterpreted, is that when this ordinance was passed, neighbors, the residents of Portsmouth were, there was a miscalculation in our reaction to this ordinance. I didn't think that we would have really noticed that the ordinance was passed, and then all of these applications have come in. And I think that we really should improve. I teach writing, and I have my students write rough drafts, and then they revise them. Nobody's satisfied with the first draft, and that's what you've got right now, is a first draft. I think that we can do much better in Portsmouth, and I really would urge you to think about eliminating solar arrays in neighborhoods. Maybe it's too late for my neighborhood. In 2 days, they're going to be voting on it again. But I'll be there and fight that. I think the buffer should be strengthened. I think our rooted lots should be protected. And I really think that you should think about this as the crossroads. We are at a crossroads right now. What is the future of Portsmouth going to look like? Are we going to protect what we have? I hope that we will. I hope that in 5 years, when I'm driving down West Main Road, I can actually find my house among all the solar arrays that are going to be there. Because you just opened the door and let these applications come in. So I know what the headline said, we're getting ignored. Listen to us. Just can't see it. I know a lot of people do not read the Newport paper, but it's very boldly stated. I hope the next time the Newport Daily News writes a headline for this town council changed, and it says that you have listened to us and you have made changes and you have taken not these big companies that are coming here to make a quick buck, but the residents of this town who put you in office, and that you have hopefully decided to rewrite that ordinance. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, when I mentioned that there was no appear to be a presentation before the planning board, I'm only going by the minutes of the planning board meeting, where I was able to read where butters got up and spoke, but I didn't see any impression of was that someone went through explain what the changes were. That's what I meant by a presentation. I know the butters got up and spoke. My understanding with president council at previous Chappelle was the proponent for the solar ordinance. You're presenting ordinance and how it was impacting and how it, where the ordinance came from. That's what I'm saying. There was no one presenting what those changes at the planning board and why they were there. The planning board did review the postmark recommendations, I believe it was back in March. And they voted to take no action on the postmark recommendations. I don't know if postmark went to the planning board or not,
No, but they spoke to you.
but they, speaking to us
Mhm.
is not the same as speaking to the planning board when you're getting an advisory opinion. from the planning
But
board.
as Mr. Howard stated, there's a definite disconnect.
Right.
So that what you're saying, and you're basically saying, oh, it's the planning board's job, right? To make recommendations, and they say, oh, it's the town council's job. I mean, it just goes back and forth so that nothing is resolved. And, but
But we'll see if we can get that correct. I don't know who's hands up. I know it's probably a toss up. So first one up.
Harding, vice chair of the planning board. And there was more than just me, just accepting. I feel very strongly that this should have been held exactly as I said, that until today, so that the very people that are going through all this stuff have opportunity to speak. Guys would digest it, have a workshop. I don't believe we're anywhere near close. Satisfying what this town really wants. And for people, one of the things that frustrates me most, and I ask, and it sort of goes up people's backs, is all of these solar panels that are going on have nothing to improving the footprint of the people who are going to. One is for Roger Williams. I asked the developers of them, who is this benefiting this electricity? They said, well, it's going to be for nonprofits and the state of Rhode Island. It could be a Quinnipiac Island, it could be anyone. No one can tell me where this improvement, this green part is actually doing the same thing. Planning board, the way that it was presented, the way that it came, and I think that it was exactly said, that we had gotten word that the town council action on the gross mark. It was told to us. First of all, anything that had properly been planned, government plans turned in, applications, whatever changes. Turn heck, we don't want any more to slip through as I feel, as it is, but there's a lot of us that, in fact, after we made a vote, once they found out that on the Union Street one, that as the property goes up, that they were gonna chop the trees down, and this little tree is 30 feet tall, they can cut down to 10 feet. That's parts. And so we asked that this should wait until everybody's really got to hear, like a real workshop for solar, so that everybody feels like they've been listened to. There was a lot of smoke and mirrors going on. And what makes things tougher is Mr. Chappelle's solar farm is like rock star. That's concrete slab, 8 acres, doesn't bother anybody, isn't seen, makes things better, makes a dump site go away, because where that place was everybody dumped their mattresses that they have to pay $20 at the dump, or couches and stuff. Did a wonderful job, and that makes so much more sense. And so when you see something like that, and you see which and watershed and stuff going on, it's just, and the Newport Water Department not being concerned about it.
They just have a lot of people.
Thank you.
My name is Bruce Day. I live at 84 Sweet Farm Road. And contrary to my colleague and neighbor, I was not surprised at the planning. What I was offended. I was offended because it was clear that it was a done deal. They couldn't wait to grandfather it in, knowing full well, we made an issue of the fact that there was going to be a public hearing on this ordinance. And they couldn't wait to get those two projects done on pieces of land that miraculously were reevaluated and substantially reduced in value, which means we taxpayers started losing money right away on this. And yet, our evaluations go up every year, right next door. So we were concerned if you were to look in the meeting minutes where I made the comment, having written policies and procedures for torpedo weapon systems for 40 years. If you're not extremely careful and you do not write the ambiguity out, people will interpret it any way that fits their agenda. And I brought this up before you voted to approve the ordinance the way it currently is. So now we have this disconnect. But what really frosted us was it looked like nobody really cared. It looked like people, they were willing to listen to us, let us speak, but nobody really listened. Instead, we got comments like, well, you could be unlucky and have a junkyard behind you, which I did have behind my property. And if you remember, the guy went to prison because he was operating a chop shop. So there's a lot of history there and a lot of things that were in the ground. But let me just to keep this kind of civil. We spent a lot of time with this, and we've talked to experts who simply have been ignored, whether they work for Grossmart, whether they work for the University of Rhode Island. Now, maybe Mr. Hamilton's correct. Maybe a solar farm behind our property will not affect my evaluation. But I believe firmly it's going to affect the pool of potential buyers if I want to sell the place. Because a lot of people don't want to be anywhere near there. For the same reason they don't want to be anywhere near power lines. Now, whether all of these concerns are valid and well-founded or not, doesn't matter. People believe the perceptions they have. So here we are now. We got these two things that are going to happen whether we like it or not. And the attorney, and I forget the woman's name, at the planning board meeting, basically told us, hey, listen, we're giving you more than the 50 feet. Shut up and don't say anymore. That's basically what that woman said. Now, I got to tell you, if you'd have been there, you'd have been offended by that. We brought some concerns up and the part of the thing that really bothers us, and all of these things really bother us, but the whole review process for an ordinance, a piece of essentially law, were any of the potential abutters ever invited to partake in the approval process? Or was it all people that really don't have a dog in the hunt? Because if you don't abut that property that you build a solar facility on, you don't have a dog in the hunt. And I think you're even more responsible to protect the rest of us. Because you weren't elected by just a few people, you're elected by the entire town. This doesn't just affect those of us who live on Sweet Farm Road or Mariel Rose. It affects every single person who owns property that abuts light industrial commercial. So I'll ask you the same questions that I asked the planning board. Is the intention to take all of the spare property that doesn't have anything on it and make solar facilities of everything? Now, let me just take it a step further. One of the things I'm really tired of hearing, and I think I speak for all of us, is this nonsense about putting green energy back into the grid. Not about that.
It's about making money. It has nothing to do with being green, reducing the carbon footprint. Nobody's even figured out how to recycle these things yet. So here we are. It's about making money. So people are going to interpret the rules as they see fit to maximize their profit. And I think I speak for all of us. I don't have a problem with people making money like that. I have a problem when they're steamrolling us and not doing it right in the first place. And I think that's a major problem. And I wasn't going to offend the council, but I decided I am. I believe that the disconnects along all these various planning boards and zoning boards, it's the fault of the council. I implored you not to approve the council, the solar ordinance as it was written because of the ambiguities in it. Because you were going to leave it to a lower, not a higher, a lower authority to interpret these things. And they were simply not going to overrule the town council. They just weren't going to do it. So here we are. So now it'll be fine. We'll be stuck with whatever we get behind us. And maybe you'll save somebody else, but this shouldn't have happened. This should not have happened at all this way. And there should have been people that are intelligent, that give these things some thought, and everybody should have got a piece of this review process. And frankly, it's very disappointing. Thank you.
Was there someone else in the back?
Actually, this lady in the straight shirt right here.
Oh, and then there's another lady in the back.
Mark Rogers, 73 West Passage Drive. I just wanted to come up and say, I'm a little disappointed. All the way down the line, I've been told, since way back, since 2 years ago, when the first solar round came knocking at my door, that the council, the boards, they'd all watch your back. If it went in, it would go in, it would be carefully cleaned. But during the pandemic, my attention turned to the solar ordinance, because out my window, there's going to be a solar farm all of a sudden. And when I bought my farm and my house, I never, in my wildest dreams, thought that Portsmouth would allow it. A utility plant, like a giant utility plant, out the window around my neighbor's house and mine. Step of the way, hell works the crowd. This ordinance is going to go case by case, because every case is different. And when your case comes up, the boards will listen to you and watch your back. It can happen like that. When I would talk, I would be told, if you don't like the way we do it, maybe you should. I was treated rudely. I had very little respect for what I asked for. And what really disappoints me most, that the board didn't even ask the solar company to back further than 50 feet. They didn't even ask them. I did everything but get on my hands and knees. Say, can you move it back so I don't become like Denise Wilkie underneath the windmill, or like Mr. McDonald? I am going to be the person closest to this big new solar farm. My sister and I, 50 feet away. And I can tell you, you don't know what you don't know about being near an industrial plant. I will let you know. And I'm here because I don't want other people in this situation. It was during the pandemic, I followed as close as possible. And still, I'm hearing now, it's too late for you. They're already going in. Their legal rights are important. Say what you want about property value. I don't care about my property value. I care about the value of my home, which is now different than it was before this was allowed to go in. And I am really disappointed. I'm a solar company. That's what they do. They don't care. But that the board didn't even ask them once, can you do anything for this neighbor? And if I get a dear neighbor letter from them in the future, I'll tell you, I'll send it right back in a moment. They don't care about anything but making money. Thank you. Andriola, 263 Rolling Hill Road. The thing that I find most disappointing, everyone here has acknowledged that the town had zero control over the Navy, how they handled the monstrosity on West Main. And I happen to live directly across the fence from another field that the Navy owns, that they raised all the trees 2 years ago. And we just sat looking at piles of dirt, and eventually a solar farm is going to go in. And again, the Navy has the right to do what it will. The town has no control, but the town does have control over these other solar farms. Town has the right to put stipulations, make sure that they don't look like monstrosities. And when you look at all of the vacant property that is along West Main, most of it is up hills. So again, it's going to be the same situation that if they build these solar farms, there'll be no way to block them because they're going to be set up high. And we're going to end up having just a whole section of town that looks like a big industrial plant.
Mr. President, members of the council, my name is David Croston. I reside at 118 Sweet Farm Road in Portsmouth. I rise to provide tonight 3 practical solutions to solve 98% of what we're discussing. I've decided to remain positive, remain focused on the essence of the comprehensive community. Let me take off my notes to say the one job the planning board had under chapter 45 was to review gross smart recommendations relative to our comprehensive plan. That was not done on the original ordinance. It was not done on this one. And I will submit with my remarks 29 pages of letter that I paid to have done to actually review both the old and the new comprehensive plan relative to the existing ones. And I give that at my pleasure to the council. But I raise tonight to remain positive. Many of you know my home backs into West Main Solar 1 proposed subject. On preliminary planning board approval the other week, and we'll get final approval this week. The developer in that case presented what I consider a fair plan, providing a modified 50-foot no-cut buffer and approximately 135 feet setback to all but one side of the property. I thank that developer. Saw those remarks, which you may or may not have. I thought that the developer did a stand-up job and provided a buffer to the residential zone that was adequate, question mark. I mean, we have to be so refined that we have to have one proposal and someone has to vote it up or down, or can we be a community and have discussion? So in thanking that developer, I told him I believe that was a reasonable accommodation. Me and my neighbors, the projection of what was a light industrial zone on the northern side that only got 50% setback. Unfair. Now I stand before you to assure that all my fellow residents have that same opportunity. We didn't get 135 feet under their good graces. We were pains in the ass, and they were afraid of us. But I want to make sure now that every one of my neighbors has that same opportunity without being a pain in the
So tonight, we discussed a revised ordinance that has not had the chance to be workshopped. While it addresses many of my core concerns, it is in debate that reasonable people will come to reasonable outcomes. Where 200 feet is possibly too much, 150 feet may be just right. But let us not lose this chance to protect Portsmouth and its quality of life and its scenic vistas. And I admit, things have changed, but let's slow the current growth of change. I request 3 amendments to ordinance. And this is impossible. The workshop can't possibly be done without hearing this gross smart proposal apart in its entirety. So let me just be very basic. And I hope we can be workshopping these in the future. Exclude all residential zones from medium and large solar arrays. Industrial manufacturing, any form, does not belong in a residential zone. And exactly what Judge Van Coogan said on the decision on Jepson, that he determined that that solar array was a manufacturing use. And it has been used in case study, in cases since then. One in particular, Green Energy and Davis Quality's windmill up in northern Rhode Island. My second request is change the setback requirements as follows. I really like my 135 feet. I want my neighbors to have 150 feet. 150 feet abutting any residential zone, open space, or public lands. Because Portsmouth also has to abide by this. Because there will be a future council that will look at, hey, that triple S property, that would look good. So maybe it works, maybe it does. 200 feet abutting any water resource protection zone. This is our future. It's our children's future. 75 feet abutting a roadway for our scenic vista. 75 feet abutting commercial zones, like industrial or industrial zones. Why do we do this? We protect our neighbor. We protect our vistas. We protect the nature of our community. And I would love to believe, as the proponent of this legislation, which I've never spoken negatively, never. He had every right to propose it. He had every right to propose it for his clients. But the reality is, it's not working. The minimum, and I could take you through tape after tape after tape, all of which I have from PCC. I can take you through these circuitous comments from the boards that you actually are responsible for. They need better direction. We need specifics. Vagueness and arbitrary and the ability for the planning boards to actually determine what is best, that horse is already out of the barn. My third request in amendment is to change the 30-foot buffer, which isn't a no-cut buffer, it's just a buffer, to a 50-foot no-cut buffer, and encourage a secondary 10-foot planting zone as a tiered buffer. Now, West Main Solar One did that. Really fabulous proposal for those who are abutting the residential side of this. And we have a 50-cut modified. They're taking down some trees and some dead growth. But then they're planting high and low spruces and evergreens, what have you. And you know what? I can't complain to. They did their job, and it's a light industrial zone. So look, let's be realistic. But at the bottom line, I plead that this council protect the residential zones. They've caught a farms, a potato farm, top of the fields. It's not protected. I mean, seriously, why not take the money? I don't know what a pound of potatoes are, but I can tell you that, a couple solar panels probably covers that times whatever. I don't know if Rhode Island Nurseries is protected, but how about that scenic vista along East Main Road or anything along Middle Road? I mean, seriously, how long are we going to believe that farmers are going to farm when they have the option to put in solar? And that's nothing against them. They have every right to what they want. And You know, God bless his soul, Alan had every right to do in my backyard what was best for him. But we had every right to expect, both from this council, from the planning board, some protections. Somebody listening to us, somebody representing us, because I think that's their job. I will guarantee to this council one certainty. In the absence of 3 reasonable amendments, solar developers will transform our farms and our streetscapes. I ask that this council truly listen to the residents. I don't think they've been listened to since the beginning. If you must, ask for a workshop and continue this public hearing tonight. This council needs to protect their appointed planning boards, zoning board, provide an ordinance which best meets the comprehensive community plan. So with your permission, I will submit these comments and a 29-page opinion letter on how the ordinance meets the current and future comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Mr. President, Larry Fitzmaurice, under the 50 Christian Court, I'll point out it's not near any solar. However, I think the council's lost sight. Approved this final ordinance, finally approved the current ordinance back in December of last year. Like many others, I will tell you that solar farms, the industrial ones, large and middle scale ones, could not be on any residential properties. It was good on, which is the way it's written now. I don't think that that was a prudent decision, because there's a number of problems. First of all, industrial facilities, which is what they are in direct opposition to the principle of zoning in residential. Zoning code is primarily, from what I see, intended to defend residential zoning. Property and your homes to live in peace and quiet. Not heavy industrial operations going on around it. Tonight we've heard both for the Old Mill Road business and the solar farm business. That's not actually the case. We knew our focus on that in my judgment. One of the things happens when you put a solar farm on a residential piece of property is there is no buffer between you and the next residential property. If you're sitting next to open space, which you thought was going to be preserved forever, suddenly there's a solar farm there because it was zoned by the council finished. And you don't have any buffer zone right there next to you. Point out that we're degrading our residential zoning code on a fairly regular basis, on a slower, in this case faster, down to the number of years. Problem overall, but it's a specific problem in this particular case. It's going to change once the solar farm goes in. It will change residential property forever. It will always be in that future industrial facility, industrially zoned, even if it says R on the paper. Because once you do this, you're not going to go back and put homes on it because of the various pollution issues associated. At any rate, I think that was not well thought out. I think the setback, as many other people have told you, buffer should be at least 150 feet. I think that has to be something that is where you cannot see this facility any of the solar farm arrays from your property. They're a residential property area. we're people, you've heard it tonight, depend on this council to defend their residential property rights. This doesn't do that. I think that, I can understand why the council would like to pretend that this doesn't affect anybody's property values. But I don't know anybody besides you that really believes that. So, now you can pretend all you want, but that's the case. We had some time back, in public comment, I think at the planning boards, maybe before you. Somebody said, I bought my home on Sweet Farm Road and then found out there's gonna be a solar farm. I'd have never bought it otherwise if I'd have known that. You can imagine what they've done with it. I'd be willing to bet they lost a lot of money. So there really needs to be a firm and clear 150-foot separation between any residential property and anything that's a solar farm, on whether it's on industrial or whatever else that they end up in. Also, I'm not sure, I think I heard that it was a glare requirement in the solar farm, but I couldn't find it. I just miss it. The glare off of these things, if you live to the north of one of these things, and one of these solar arrays, the glare at certain times of year can be really severe. I've already found out there's problems with the wind turbines that we didn't expect to see based on where you live relative to the wind. I mean, sorry, the sun. And if you live to the east of it, it can be really serious. So we didn't anticipate that. And I suspect that the glares are going to be a problem as well. There has to be some fashion or method to deal with the glare on these machines. Of solar arrays. I want to emphasize that I'm not proposing any changes to the solar ordinance relative to what people do on their own personal property in their homes. Their residential home, and we're not advocating any changes. People have made some remarks about the Union Street proposal and the fact that it has, this is mostly the planning board, I think, that there's an issue relative to putting one of these sites on land that drains into the reservoirs. And I believe the planning board made reference to that too in their report to you. They said they would do that. Caution the council about that. Do you read anything in your report? That's not. So let me repeat that.
What would the planning board's recommendations were?
That you take a look at citing one of these sites on land that drains into the watershed. Or it is on the watershed, drains into the reservoir. So, maybe I went to some of those planning boards, I'll admit I probably mixed them up. I think that's what they said. And one of those lasted planning boards. One of those things lasted 5.5 hours, by the way. So, easy to get lost.
That's why you did.
So I think we're risking that issue, because if we get in that spot, that's one we're not recovering, right? We introduce pollution into the watershed, we are not going to recover from that short of a massive earth moving effort. I agree also with those that are advocating for a moratorium. I don't think the council ought to institute a moratorium immediately tonight, so we don't get any more of these things up and running before we can do anything about it. And speaking of which, back, I think it was in December of last year, it may have been the previous time, when the council approved the original solar ordinance. We were told, at least I remember being told, that, oh, this is not, we're not going to overrun the town enforcement the solar farms, there's only gonna be maybe one or two. I do remember that. And
Sure.
right now, we've got 4 on the list and maybe 5 in the waiting, I mean, another one in the waiting. So all those, we thought this was only gonna be 1 or 2, you're wrong already. And I submit to you, we're seeing the beginning of the process that will eventually eat up a significant part of the open space in this land. Farmers cannot compete by growing crops with the federal and state subsidies for these solar farms. All of us too. If we lived in the middle of Ohio or Indiana or someplace like that, that wouldn't be the case. But it is the case here because they kind of farm on very expensive land. That's the end of my remarks. Any questions? Anybody in a moratorium? For God's sake, change this business to that solar farms on residential property.
But you have to add something new.
I do.
Alright.
Again, Luke Carding, 884 Union Street. The planning board never approved the go-ahead of any of these solar projects. What we did is give them permission to go to the next level, to come back with a real answer. What kind of tree? Where? And that's where we can, and the people who live there can have skin in the game and say, yeah, nice try, but no. So we didn't go ahead just nilly-willy, just wanting to pass this through. But these people, in order to go to the next level, to prove to us what they're going to do. Permission to spend their money, to have the specialists and whatever trades come and do that stuff. And now we're waiting for them to come through and see if they're putting their money where their mouth was. And so it wasn't the planning board just going ahead and letting stuff go. It's yet to very beginning, the first application that came with, and that's where it currently stands.
All right, just a quick question. How many solar projects have been approved? One that-
None of them have been-
No, the one
none-
Mr.
none-
Cross was referring to.
I don't believe a single one has been through all this process moving forward.
West Main Solar 2 through the planning board, I believe, maybe. So I think West Main 2 is approved. But West Main 1 is very preliminary, will come to a final this week. And Namali, just to be clear, well, no, but the Union Street has not been accepted as a master plan. And I may question whether, if anything happens tonight, whether they have stand.
And that one solar too, I believe, is one that's sort of the swampland. I think there anybody, and to be hard pressed to find anything wrong. But all the other ones that are in question, very anxiously waiting what it is they're trying to come to us with and see if it's adequate enough. We still have the ability to say, no, that's not good enough, and to ask for more. Why I'm here tonight is I'd love to hear what everybody has to say. I will be the fly on the ointment.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, like,
Okay, yes, so there's one, application that was approved, special use permit that was approved on West Main Solar 2. And that's the only one that's been formally approved. The other 3, one, has received preliminary West Main Solar 1. And the, West Shore Solar has received master plan approval. and the Namali company hasn't received any formal approvals at all.
Thank you, Mike.
All right.
And just one more thing. Sorry, there have been no other applications that have been filed or no other discussions with any potential applicants at this point.
I'm Ely, 19 Chelsea Drive. Just a comment and then a suggestion. I've been to all the planning board meetings over the last year. When they discussed these amendments, they really only talked about the 200 foot setbacks. Just bear that in mind when you look at their inputs. A couple of things that happened at the last planning board meeting that I noticed. Someone asked point blank for one of the developments, they asked the developer, will the neighbors see solar arrays? And their answer, and they were honest, was yes, they will see them. So don't be under the illusion that this ordinance somehow makes it so you don't see the arrays. Fair point. Okay. The other thing someone asked was, what does it take for that board to say no to something? The answer was basically they can't. It meets the requirements of the ordinance. Every single applicant has gotten up and said, we meet the minimum requirements of this ordinance, you should approve. So that's been my experience going to these board meetings. One suggestion I'd like to make, if you don't do the moratorium, which I think you should, the one suggestion about clearing the land, you know, in Medicaid, they have a look back period. You can't, you know, give away all your money and claim to be poor and get assistance. I was wondering if we could consider a look back period for clearing the land, so you don't clear all the land and then say, I'd like to put a solar complex here, and I'm not clearing any trees to do it because they're already gone. So I don't know how feasible that is put into an ordinance, but I thought I'd make that suggestion. Thank you.
Hey, Tom Reed, 110 Thayer Drive. First, I'd like to address the Navy one that you talked about. While you're absolutely right, the town had no control over that. You pick up right on the Stringham and go about 100 yards. The Chase Farm one is on your left, and you can see what Portsmouth approved. Not much different. I'm not sure if you've done that. If you want to do it, if you haven't. It is my conviction that the only thing green about the small and medium-sized solar arrays being planned on residential areas is the money the developer and the property owners will make from the subsidies. Even collectively, they could not make a detectable difference in the climate change, but they do cost the local utility ratepayer and the property owner dearly. At the same time, they severely impact the nearby residents' peaceful enjoyment of their property and dramatically affect the character of our town, changing it into one dominated by an industrial look. Court Chappelle was originally explaining his ordinance. He commented that the 50-foot setback was a minimum and that the planning board would increase that as needed to protect the abutting residents or the rural character of our town. I understood his saying that because at his solar spot, there is already an 8-foot berm topped by 20-foot evergreen trees protecting the nearby residents from the nearby his nearby industrial site. Then the 50-foot buffer was fine. However, that is a situation that is unique only to his solar property. That is not the case anywhere else I know of the town. In the implementation of this ordinance, buffers between the solar arrays and the nearby houses are not being sufficiently adjusted by the planning board to protect those properties. We've heard about people having solar 50 feet from their properties. Therefore, Mr. Chappelle's ordinance needs to be changed to ensure this protection. 70% of the taxes in this town. That will not change by adding solar arrays. Residents deserve to have their houses and their peaceful enjoyment of their property protected by zoning and planning ordinances. I strongly urge you to enact the changes suggested here tonight. If you really want a positive impact for the town, enact a moratorium. Thank you, Mr. Capson. Enact a moratorium on solar arrays until a proper ordinance recommendation can be made by experts that are neither ideological advocates nor beneficiaries of the solar subsidies. Rhetorically, I asked you, why wasn't that the first step in making solar?
Gentlemen,
Hi, Richard Bunch, 775 Union Street. I don't know where I want to start. The way we're involved in one of Union Street. The planning board meeting on Wednesday. It would be good if everyone watched these meetings. I don't know how many of you have actually watched the meeting or been to the meeting, or just read minutes of the meeting. But it's an interesting process. I started this when the one across Melville was in process, and I learned a lot by watching that, and then we're involved in this one. And it's interesting. We started out, the Molly Power did not have an attorney. And then I think what happened was they felt that, you know, they had some opposition. And immediately they have an attorney. The whole game is homeowners. Now we're working against an attorney, specialists and experts, and the battle continues. We'll be there on Wednesday. I'm working with a really good group of people that are my neighbors. And on Wednesday, he will unequivocally show that that Union Street project does not meet the current ordinance that we have. Without a doubt. And I invite all of you to watch it. And if you think I'm wrong when it's over, I'd really like to hear it. Because I don't think we are. We have a really, really strong case. But do I feel that it's going to be turned down? I don't know. To be quite honest with you. And if I imply anything bad about the planning board, I don't want you to think I mean everyone. Everyone on the planning board isn't against us. Let me put it that way. Planning board, or most members of the planning board, I feel, are trying to do their best. Ordinance that they have. But because we have an ordinance that has a lot of weak spots in it, that planning board is under a lot of pressure. Whether I agree with them or not, they're under a lot of pressure. They've got a vague ordinance that they have to try to follow, and they have to try to put some teeth in it. And do they all the time as a majority? No, they don't. They don't. I've watched it with the one across from Melville. That could have been strengthened a lot, and there's still a chance that it can. I know the ordinance almost word for word. I've been studying this thing since I got involved in this in July. And there is teeth in that ordinance.
but it's got to be enforced. And it shouldn't be up to 7 people on a planning board that are volunteers that are trying to interpret this thing. Shouldn't be that way. It just shouldn't. You know, you think everyone talks about the Navy one, right? How bad it is, how how bad it looks and everything. If Union Street one goes in, that land rises off of West Main Road. And it's going to be unbelievably visible from the west and from the east. Molly Powers, engineer, personally, has said at 2 separate occasions, the west view cannot be fully screened. That's on a YouTube video of the July meeting. Can't be screened. He was in my backyard 2 weeks ago with the lawyer, with the landscape architect, going through a bunch of rigmarole. And when the bottom line stopped, I said, let me say, when I sit out here on my backyard, am I going to see that solar complex? And she said, yes. That's the kind of stuff we're dealing with. And that's put in front of the planning board, and they have to deal with all that. And it's because the ordinance really needs to be improved. Really does. And it needs specifics. I've heard over and over from a number of people, it's good the way it is, and every situation can be looked at individually. Well, the reality of it is, when you look at these situations like what we're in right now, it's a lawyer and a big company that is coming in with a lot of money that can hire people to present it. We're not even dealing with the people who own these companies. We're dealing with their paid help. And the reality of it is, it's them against whatever groups of people get together that want to try to put up some kind of fight. And I've seen it with the folks here on, across from Melville. It's sad to watch at these meetings. You really need to watch these meetings. You really do. And I really hope, whether you're there in person or whether you're watching it on Zoom or whatever it is, you should watch it. You really need to watch the interactions. People on the planning board, with the lawyer. I'm going to be involved Wednesday with trying to show, and we're going to do a good job of it, how deceptive things can be presented to the planning board. And I'll leave it at that. I don't want to go into detail with some of the things a lot of that on Wednesday. But it's something that more people need to watch these. And I'll leave it at that. The other thing I wanted to mention was, and I don't know how many people know about this, but the came out. I think this was June or July of this year. I don't know if any of you have it, but it's basically it's ground-mounted solar array guidance. It's for freshwater wetlands and also stormwater construction. And the intent was, it's an 8-page document, was to give all the towns in Rhode Island kind of like a, kind of a guideline as to what to follow in some of these things. I'm just going to read one sentence to you. The clearing of forests and other green spaces, including farmland, of siting for ground-mounted solar arrays is strongly discouraged. Putting solar arrays on the ground around here, it's kind of passé at this point. I know mentioning this before about put it on roofs and stuff. It's being discouraged.
And then you combine it with, these things are going in and people are gonna see them from their yards and stuff. I don't know. I just think something really needs to be done, and it's too bad. And I wouldn't even want to call it a moratorium, but it's too bad you just can't freeze everything right where it is right now. Just stop everything where it is. Don't let yours continue, don't let anything continue, just stop it, just put a hold on it. All the companies still have their rights, they can still, build their things if they get it approved and everything else. But just stop it right now, everything. And let them wait a little while, and then we can continue. But, all these companies that came in and quickly threw in an application because, they heard somehow that, we kind of had a weak policy, whatever you want to call it. They took advantage of it. What do we owe them? What do we really owe them? I go to these meetings and I really feel that the homeowners are the ones defending themselves. It's almost like, these companies have a right to come in here and their rights, are above ours. That's the vibe I get at some of these meetings. And I'm just trying to say the way it is. And I'm not saying, as I said before, it's not everyone on the planning board, but you watch these meetings, you get the vibe. It's there. It's not only there with the ones that I'm involved in, it was there with these other ones. I was at one meeting, I left here infuriated because someone mentioned it before. One of these ladies got up and was like, hey, man, give me a little bit more buffer on my side. I got nothing there. And it was I don't know if it was the engineer or the landscape architect, basically said to her, you know what, lady? We're giving you the minimum. We're following the ordinance. We're giving you the minimum. Happy with it. And that's insulting. That is insulting. After that meeting, when that went on to preliminary stage or something, I walked out here and there's people outside crying because of that. That's the kind of stuff that goes on at these meetings. And it's because of this ordinance. But anyways, we'll be back again on Wednesday. Thanks.
Kelly Nicholas, 59 Mariel Rose Drive. I've been participating in solar-related town meetings for over a year now via Zoom, but this is my first meeting I've been able to person. Because I have 3 small children at home. I have a 3-year-old and twin 18-month-old boys, and I work at night. My life is very full. However, I know I'm not unique. My neighbors are incredibly busy as well, some more so than I am, with things in their personal lives. But regardless of my limited free time, I have made participating in solar-related conversations a priority because the management and oversight of solar projects in Portsmouth will have large lasting effect on the character, environment, and viewscapes of our town. Over the past 14 months or so, I've attended countless zoning, planning, design review, and town council meetings regarding solar, both regarding this ordinance that we're discussing again, as well as a variety of individual solar applications. At this point, I kind of find it mind-boggling that we've been invited here yet again to have another conversation about solar. Do you really not know what people are going to talk about? Do you really not know how people feel? I mean, we could talk about setbacks again, zoning, screening, percentage of land coverage. We're having all the same conversations. People are saying the same things over and over, more eloquently than I am now. But I do think that silence is often interpreted as acceptance or even approval. So I've continued to show up, as have other residents in town. So here we are again. And so here I'll share my views again, which I've shared at many meetings already. But thank you for the opportunity and thank you for hearing it 10 o'clock at night. All right, reading is on my phone. Sorry. All right, when the ordinance was presented during the first public hearing, it was positioned as flexible in that abutters and residents would be invited to participate in hearings to make cases for larger setbacks, buffering, and more, based on a case-by-case basis. But let's be serious. The minimum is the standard in a court of law. If our town ordinance dictates a 50-foot setback and the developer offers 50, they have met the minimum requirements for setbacks as per our town ordinance. And sure, it's been claimed that our elected town officials can make extensions and request additional setbacks. However, I have not yet seen that happen, even when residents had made requests for additional setbacks and different buffering. But instead, what I've repeatedly heard is developers say upon presenting these plans, is please approve this plan since it meets the town ordinance. During one particular application presentation, I asked the developer how setbacks were determined, and they said, of course, well, that's specified in your town ordinance. In a very condescending tone, but I just wanted to hear her say it. My request would be a 50-foot setback is not enough. And in fact, I find it really burdensome on the residents to stay informed of new solar applications and the related meetings, let alone attend them and try to speak in an educated manner, advocating for what we need and what we want and what we think is reasonable. I've had to educate myself on a lot of this because I didn't know a lot about it, but as an abutter for a solar project, I had to educate myself very quickly if I wanted to speak on my behalf and my neighbor's behalf in any way that would potentially be. Please specify a larger setback and more specific information about meaning. That's not debatable as well. While attending solar array application meetings, something kind of struck me as odd. Sometimes when residents voice concerns, developers responded with an answer that the town then took at face value without research on our end. For example, during an application hearing for West Main Solar 1, a resident asked about the noise that emits from solar arrays. However, the developer answered that they don't make a noise. However, I was recently at an event at the Melville Community Center off of Spring Road, and I could not believe the sound coming from the solar array on Navy property on this West Main Road. The constant droning or humming. If you have not been there yet, just go to the parking lot. I couldn't believe it. And does anyone know from the town? Does anyone know that these make noise? Does anyone from the town know what the decibel level is? No, if it's 24/7, or does it stop at night when the sun's not shining on the panels? I mean, will placement of the transformer or whatever's making the noise in the array be considered in design review meetings? Because I have not heard that been discussed yet. The placement of whatever's making the noise, like where is it going to be? Whose houses will be near? And will the town's noise ordinance regulate solar arrays? So my request on that is please consider actually looking into that because I don't know the answers myself. But it was disconcerting when I heard that last weekend. But another example, during an application hearing for the proposed array by Patriot Petroleum, the developer's attorney was to report back on information from the Newport Water Department regarding health and safety of placing an array in a watershed area sloping downward into Lock Valley Reservoir. The developer's attorney shared that someone from the water department said they thought it might be okay, but that they'd look into it as the application continues forward. That was taken on face value. So a resident then asked, when it was our turn, when it was the public's turn to speak, a resident then asked if the town was going to accept this verbal information as fact, and the board member said yes. That property, in my opinion, is the last place I want to see solar array for a variety of reasons, but especially considering the environmental impact of deforesting a large sloped swath of forest that feeds into our public drinking water. My request is do not take developers' answers as facts. Have elected town officials take the time to look into these issues that will have lasting effects on abutters and other residents in town. Add language to the solar ordinance to encourage town officials to hold off on voting on applications if research needs to be conducted to ensure that applications move forward properly. Heard from Corey Lang, one of the URI professors who conducted a study on 15 years worth of home sales in Rhode Island, Massachusetts. Found that homes within 1 to 3 miles of an array lost 5% of their home value, while homes within a tenth of a mile were reduced by 7%. Well, what about abutters? Maybe even more? Or how about homes surrounded by multiple large-scale industrial solar arrays? They might stand to lose more. I'm in that category. I think the town needs to account for this and review property values for homes directly abutting and surrounding both federal and town arrays in order to look out for residents' best interest. My request would be to include a provision to reevaluate property values for homes within 1 to 3 miles of any and all solar arrays in town. Lastly, we all know the solar array on West Main Road in Melville Housing is on federal land, and tonight's conversations pertain to our town ordinance. However, an environmental assessment for construction and operation of a solar photovoltaic system at Naval Station Newport, public-private venture housing sites, Newport County, Rhode Island. Announcement published by Lisa M. Woodbury Rama, Public Affairs Officer at Naval Station Newport, stated, quote, "Site will be fenced to ensure public safety, and the solar developer will use natural and man-made barriers to provide visual screening for off-base residents and recreationists." This has obviously not happened. West Main Road is one of Portsmouth's main thoroughfares. One would hope that the road would help capture the charm of our town and the quaintness, but we know it's just an industrial zone over there at this point. I want to say thank you to those of you who made phone calls and sent emails and contacted both Alpha Beatty and the Naval Station Newport to request that some buffering be put in place. I look at that constantly throughout the day myself. And as other people have mentioned, that solar array was there when we bought our home, which was just 2 years ago. We would have not have bought that home because that is discouraging for me. It's not what I want to look at all the time. And we have other options. We do have other options, but we chose to live in Portsmouth and we chose to live on Merrill Rose Drive. My request at this point, knowing that you made phone calls and sent emails and that they will not buffer, is you're discussing budgets for next year. Perhaps says, I will say this. We planted a large number of evergreen trees on our own property to buffer for the impending large industrial solar array that's going to be our new neighbor. And I can estimate from what we paid that perhaps it won't be prohibitively expensive for the town to budget or allocate some funds to volunteer to do plantings as a way to protect the character of our own town, if they want to do it themselves. In closing, I want to thank you for listening to my concerns, and I want to publicly thank and acknowledge Daniela Abbott for her efforts to fight what feels like an uphill battle. I want to thank town council. Thank you so much for your time, but special thank you, Daniela. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Heather, 94 Sweet Farm Road. I just want to start off by saying thank you, Daniela. I've emailed you a few times and I tried very hard to. Catherine, thank you for your comments tonight. Also, I just wanted to say thanks for what you tried to do for us. Tonight is going long, and I'm sure you're all tired. And I know a lot of you guys, and I don't think there's anything else I can say other than about differences. But I think one of the things I love about Portsmouth is people of this town and the heart that we all have. And hopefully there's just a little hearing what we have to say. And I like the point that I think that there has to be business, it has to go on. And, but when we hear things like what's going on down on Old Mill Lane, when I heard Mr. McDonald speak, kind of broke my heart to hear how upset he was. It's something he hasn't slept. It's a real mess over there. And I hope that we're not going to end up on a Sweet Farm Road like that. 38 years, I think. 34 on Sweet Farm. My neighbor Bruce, the whole time. That's, I hope we're not looking at this. West Passage Street. On over there, this firms. Well, that, there was, I heard that there was fine that was gonna be charged to that person until it was gonna fix it, and then it was fine went away. I don't know, I just heard something.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, there's no fine.
Yeah.
Oh, we are concerned by that. Well, I'll say this, one thing that kind of went up sideways that really, Mr. Chappelle has had a lot of time, speaking. I listened to him. I didn't know anything about this town at all until the whole thing came up. And boy, it's kind of maddening, really, as a citizen, to see the power this guy has over this town. It really makes me, it just hurts me. And I'm glad he's putting up a great place to be sitting. It's great food. I'm glad to hear it, and I believe you because you got heart. But it's kind of just really, why should this guy have the right, write the ordinance and then, gonna blow the solar farm? Into anything, how about you? I'm asking you, is that stink?
Work on the ordinance in conjunction with the planning department. It wasn't just Mr. Chappelle, and they were using the state model as a guide. It wasn't created in vacuum. There was discussion about it. There was input.
You were aware that he was going to have his own solar farm?
Was I aware?
Yes.
I'm not aware of Mr. Chappelle was there.
No, it's just, in business, if we did that. You were in business, if we did anything that was, that had knowledge of it ahead of time, it's not like, okay, I'll point things, I'm just saying.
I understand. I
I'm just
understand what you're saying.
venting my frustration.
But Mr. Chappelle's not on trial here. So,
I know he's,
but I mean,
and you know what, it's very well spoken. And when I listened to him speak about the solar ordinance, I was shocked what I didn't know. That's pretty good. So it's not taking a shot at, but ethics are ethics.
I understand it, and you're making some very good points, and I just want you to kind of stay on track.
All right, well, I'm not gonna say much more other than property value. And hopefully you listen to whatever we had to say tonight and we can make a comment back. Thank you for hearing us. The night is long and thanks for what you do, because I wouldn't want to do what you do.
Sullivan, 799 Union Street. Don't really know where to start on this either. Try to keep it brief. Obviously, involved in the Molly projects pretty heavily. This is my home. Born and raised on a good account. Father's a fisherman. Spent most of my time in the bay. Grandfather's a hunter. Got me in the environment. Eagle Scout. Spent a lot of time. Decided to stay here and a premium, buy a piece of property, 15 acres. I'm currently restoring a 140-year-old Campbell farmhouse. I was up against some developers at that point. They wanted to put in 15. I'm not doing that. I take great pride in doing that. That's small business, and I employ a lot of local guys that also work with me. What's going on is pretty sad to see. I'm in the younger pool here. Most of the people that I've gone to school with and grew up with, they're not here anymore. Like a dream, they say, but it seems like right now I'm fighting the fight, a big fight. We are outgunned. Hardcore. Like to tell me what you'd rather me do with my 15-acre parcel, I think is kind of comical. This weekend, I actually contacted Ed Sappin myself, just what this was all about, and he was all but too excited to get his hands on my piece as well, or at least to entertain a similar deal than what's going on at the property. My west, I actually bought the Long Valley Reservoir.
majority of my property is a piece. I'm at the bottom of the hill of that development. It's pretty scary stuff. And what I see here is basically a business model that has become what it is because of a push, state, federal incentives. I don't understand how it could ever make financial sense to cut a mature forest to full production, other than money. Don't receive tax breaks, and I know I'm not going to, enforcement doesn't. Owner of the properties, it's not, they don't live here, like, you know, like Richard mentioned, they're not here, we're here forever. At least I want to be here forever, and everyone here wants more help in resisting some of these. A lot of things that's brought up, a lot of the common discussion is, well, you could have this and you could have that. That's really not what we're talking about. It happens every time. Well, it's not going to be a solar, right? It's going to be this, it's going to be that. I don't know about that. And even if so, then we can talk about that at another time. But it's just kind of a defeating process to watch this go on and on. Constantly remind myself, oh, what am I here for? What am I doing? I'm trying. And I think we definitely need to give some more teeth into that ordinance. They say it has it, but I don't understand why we keep moving certain ones along. If it's the intent that it's going to be delivered at the end or halfway through. I mean, this is the final plan. It's just this kind of impending waiting game that I know I'm playing, that it gets pretty nerve-wracking. All right, I'm just a little all over the place here, but I don't want to repeat everything that everyone is saying. I thought it was kind of important for you guys to hear from someone like me that really is trying very hard. And I don't think it's right that myself and my neighbors are the ones that have to fight against this threat. I mean, it's your town too. If I was to ask each individual, I mean, what would you like me to do with my property? Well, not in terms of my rights, I completely get that. I can do whatever I want to do with my property, but I want to do the right thing. And I would like some help to continue doing that, to keep this place in the place that it was. I mean, if we're going to put in a complex for whatever it might be, then we'll have that discussion at that time. And usually it will involve more jobs and more economic assistance to the town, but not this. Every way I look at this, the only proceed that I can see is we tax the equipment that's on the land. That's it. And even at that, I don't know. But besides that, who installs, who cleans them? After that, the land's locked for 20 years. It's pretty intense. And I mean, I happen to have professional training in landscaping. I went to school for landscape architecture. And what I've witnessed on these proposals is appalling. You guys should be insulted that someone's creating this before your town. And it's taken me to come up and start to say and start to challenge these people as an expert. Then you see the attorneys, don't go up. Don't go up. Don't say anything else. We're gonna have to recollect that for this one. Ed Sapin literally had a very eloquent speech on his first thing before they had an intern that tried to explain to the board that somehow it was actually in the environmental best interest to clear these trees. But you can see it. It's comical at best to think that these are the people that are presenting these sort of things. I'm literally without words. And the fact that we're just kind of running this, I don't know what's going on. If it's a show for these companies to mitigate legal liability or what it is, but when you see them bring like Guatemala plan up, what are we entertaining here? Not at all. So I guess what I'm asking of you guys are kind of encouraging is that the first thing would be to suggest a detailed analysis indicating where and how Portsmouth directly benefits on all of those points that I just mentioned when these go in, because I think we'll find that it's really not much. I think that's really important. That the deforestation maximum, I know other ordinances we look to for guidance, 10%, 20%. We don't have the space. They need hard numbers so that we can actually say, no, you're taking this percentage of the land, not just up for their idea of what it is, because when it's presented by them, it is more money and they are being paid for it. going to challenge them. Do I have to keep doing it? I mean, I guess I'm gonna try my best, guys, but that's not really fair. I mean, we don't have anyone in town and there isn't a policy in there to hire a third party that's unbiased. I mean, they're literally taking all this stuff from professionals that are presenting a business plan. It's scary. I mean, in summary, that's kind of really where I'm at with this. I don't want to go into too much detail because there's going to be a lot of that on Wednesday. Like Richard said, I mean, we do have a very tactical and articulate approach, and we have a lot of good people on it. But it's sad to see that the owner's not there. His team is there. Not going to be there. We're going to be there. But I'd like to be there. I'd like more people, like the next generation to be there. I want to be there, but if you ask me, I don't want to live downhill from a giant solar array like that. I have a very intimate connection with, with the environment. I do it on a daily basis. The amount of wildlife that takes place there and the wildlife corridor. We don't look into these things. The pace at which solar and large scale, specifically large scale solar technology and implementation is occurring is scary. I don't think anyone, we've talked about all these different variables that no one really knows. What exactly is compelling this town to say, well, we need this much area to be left open and viable for these ground mounted solar arrays? Says why do we have to do that? I mean, I keep hearing, well, it's green energy, it's green energy. Well, we posed these questions last time. I hammered it out pretty hard, and they kind of just brushed it under the rug as far as, well, we're going to try to do it in a nonprofit way, and power contract is going National Grid, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to do what they're going to do. In the event of a natural disaster, can the power be redirected in some form of resiliency fashion into our grid to get our law enforcement, our emergency responders, our hospitals, whatever, back online and going, or critical infrastructure? No, not at all. That's not the way it works. It's probably not even designed for that. We know that. But then why? What's the point? If it's not that, then it's completely in the money. And when it's raised, I'm not going to throw anyone under the bus here, but to assume that, and I'm an environmentalist for hardcore, to assume that the town of Portsmouth needs to bear the weight on its shoulders of our limited supply of open space, specifically wildlife corridors and habitat areas, the ecological biodiversity that directly contributes to the health of our drinking water supplies. The thought that we're talking about green energy production that does not flow into our town correctly at any point in time. We're not getting the credits, we're not getting money, we're not getting jobs. It's locking that site for 20 years. Sure, there's a, if you want to call it that, put funds into an account to decommission the station after. It would take, by my calculations, and we can cross-reference this with other biologists and things, 3 generations worth of work to try to turn that into something back into that sort of environment again. And that's even at best, we all know that probably would never happen. And that's among tons of other issues that, come up with this kind of thing. So right now we're dealing with water quality issues, big time. The idea that we would be clearing any kind of land, regardless of it, for electrical, that's going to compromise that, it's silly. Even all things aside, it's just completely silly. But that's where I'm at. So I'm really asking you guys to kind of watch how these things go. Understand the opposition we're up against. If we're bringing all these facts, it just seems like there's no way, but it still just keeps me trying. I don't really less with that. That's all I have to say.
Hi, Dr. Heather Olson, 785 Union Street. We're a Navy family. My husband just retired. We chose to Portsmouth our home. And now we're fighting. We and the scenery that we bought. So talk about property values. Our neighbor just sold their house 2 houses down for quite a hefty profit after just owning the home 2 years. If I were to sell my house, I could get a nice profit today. as soon as we break ground on a solar array, my property value is tanked. That's just the truth, that no one is going to buy my house knowing that there's gonna be a huge industrial solar complex behind it. Let's look at the property value tax off of it. I'm sure it won't be reassessed, but the actual value of my property will go down because of it being near a solar array. I've been to the planning board meetings. The planning board is not following your ordinance. Whether it's because they don't understand the authority they have, or whether because the obtuse language has allowed the planning board to not act on the authority that they were given in the ordinance. You've heard it, it's causing the issue. The language is too vague. Every developer's lawyer gets up there and says the same thing. And that's the minimum standards of your ordinance. And the only thing that's concrete language in that ordinance is 30-foot buffer, 50-foot vegetative. And that's what all these plans work to meet the minimum. And the planning board at no occasion has used the authority given to them, impelled to them. It says you shall add site-specific buffers. Shall. They are compelled to add additional buffers, and it is yet to happen. And the question is why? Why aren't they using it? Is it because they're afraid of legal action? Is it because the language is written so that they don't know what power they really can afford to give? But the developers certainly know. If the lawyers are out there saying, you meet your minimum standards, give us our approval. Without the planning board asking for anything more. The Namale project is on a commercial property. It's not even light industrial. This is a commercially zoned property. That it cannot meet the ordinance. We have on multiple occasions pointed out half a dozen ways that it does not meet the ordinance. And yet at each meeting, it is not voted down. It's passed on to the next, we'll talk about it again. Why? It can't meet the ordinance. Because they keep reinterpreting the ordinance. Okay, well, not minimal, it can only be minimally impacted by removing trees. Well, what does that mean? So each time the lawyers come back, the developers' lawyers come back and say, oh, look, here's what our plan is now. But because there's no concrete language, the planning board has nothing to fight them against. Don't use the authority given to them to make site-specific requests. I do hope everyone tunes in on Wednesday because if Port Chappelle's solar array is the ideal of what should occur, ours is the ideal of what should never occur. And the fact that it is still in the process is just mind-boggling. That with all the evidence that we are presenting as residents, we are all having to learn about solar, we're having to learn about the process, we're having to become our own lawyers and defend why this ordinance, why this proposal doesn't meet the ordinance. And even with all of that, it just keeps getting pushed along. Nobody's stopping it, and we don't know why. We hear that the landowners can do what the landowners want to do. The planning board talks to the residents with disdain, with disgust, and they have on multiple occasions gone out of their way to say, well, they could clear cut this land anytime they want. Then what would you do? Well, the planning board is threatening us with action that these developers can take to make sure the proposal goes through better. And this has happened on multiple occasions when I have asked, what does it take to stop a proposal? I've been told, well, you can't just cherry pick one issue out of the ordinance and make it fail on it. And from my understanding, that is absolutely what can happen. If a proposal cannot meet every bit of the ordinance as it stands, admittedly as weak or as obtuse as it is, if it cannot meet every single point of it, it should be rejected immediately. And it's not. And that is what you're hearing, is that we are being ignored. But when facts are being ignored, or what we don't understand, why it's being defended and these proposals are being allowed to continue, we do not understand. But I really hope everyone pays attention on Wednesday, especially to the Somali project, because it is the poster child of everything that's wrong with the ordinance, and why it needs to be, we need these workshops and we need to change it. I think you've talked about how unsightly the Navy's solar is. The Namali project is going to be 40 feet in the air from West Main Road. So if you think it's bad to drive by West Main at eye level with solar, imagine when it's going to be 40 feet in the air for everyone to see it on both sides. And tell me how this proposal has even made it this far in the process. Now you can say it's only a master plan, we haven't agreed to anything, but it has been continued month after month. And they have let the developers talk and talk and talk and try to convince the board that they're gonna somehow, in the next phase, meet the ordinance that they can't meet at the current phase. And that's the process that everyone has had to play. And it just does not work. This ordinance needs specific and concrete language so that it is clear that what you meant by minimal is 20%. What you meant by inadequate screening is no residential neighborhood should be able to see it. This Namali project, admittedly by their engineers, can never be screened. It will never be screened from West Main, and it can never be screened from Union Street. Because it's on a 40-foot hill. And they want to plant trees bottom of the hill, and they're only going to allow those trees to go 10 feet, because if they let it grow any bigger, it's going to shade out their solar panels and cost them money. So it will never be shaded. It can never be screened. And again, it is still passed through the stages. It is never once gone for a vote to be rejected, and it has not been stopped. So please tune in on Wednesday to try to figure out why a project this horrendous is still in the pipeline. Thank you.
Conclude the hearing portion of the comment period. Last questions, comments? That's a discussion, but preparation for the meeting. I did identify a few things that I come across through the process. Talk a little louder, I know. I was thinking about that. All right, sorry. So, in my opinion, in going through the review process, two things really stood out at me. The first, there was a comment or something that basically make any type of modifications. My position would have been that we make sure that we get further clarification on any adjustments tonight. Any changes to ordinance will be consistent with our draft comprehensive plan. That was my first thought prior to coming into tonight. My second thought, obviously I wanted to give everybody an opportunity to speak. My thing that really stood out at me was, some recommendations from the planning board, possibly have a workshop. In my mind, I wanted to give everybody their opportunity, but I wanted to talk to the council about, setting a workshop with the planning board. You know, further vet some they see as, whatever may be in the ordinance. Talk through it with planning. Council and planning board. Again, planning board is an extension of our experts that are supposed to be reviewing projects on behalf of the town. Planning board and the zoning board, those are bodies that pretty much control the development in the town. Of course, yes, the council establishes the ordinance, but it's really the planning board and the zoning board that execute policy. And so some adjustments, I would prefer that we have a workshop, we have some meeting discussion, and then we decide as a council what to do with the ordinance, our recommendations, but at least we vet through that process. Because I'll be honest, if we were to make any type of change tonight, I couldn't tell you if it was consistent with our comp plan. I couldn't give you any expert backup to support that decision. Nothing. So let me finish, folks. Listen, we've all been here a long night, I understand, but you have a hard time hearing me. We hear everything, everything that you folks are saying in the back, when you think it's all coming up front here, so it's distracting to us as well. So even when you're just mumbling, it's coming up to the front. So I appreciate your patience. I know you're frustrated, and we're trying to do the right thing here. And so, in my mind, I would support a workshop with the planning board to discuss the ordinance. That's the one vote, one council. Curious to hear what other councils would like to do.
Mr. President.
That's okay, that's it. Just, okay with it,
Okay with
a workshop.
workshop, yeah, I think that's a great idea. I'd like to address the point. When, taking back to what where there was going to be a target.
Which is where that proposal is.
Coincidentally,
And as a guest,
we had an amount of effort put in by our town solicitor. And that presented to us the strongest position to follow legally patients at that time. What I would suggest is a short during which time by our solicitor, town planner, to provide stronger guidance. Because, look, scheduling a workshop, someone said, the change. I don't know if the changes as proposed in this, amendments in front of us, will reach each of the specific concerns that everyone wants to. No. And so, that's the job. The amendments that are to undo that without having further.
just before we go further, one of my lean overs to our solicitor to ask for advice on that. That would have to be not specifically addressed on the agenda by the moratorium. They have to come back in 2 weeks to. Okay, well,
Hold on, sir. Our council.
It says, for open meetings act purposes, it's not on the agenda at all. And I think there needs to be, I think that there would need to be proposed moratorium ordinance
to be considered, and to be advertised, so people. If this is a hearing on proposed amendments, I caution you against adopting a 90-day moratorium that essentially verbally ordinances in effect.
Well, the shortest amount of times possible. You're right, it doesn't have to be scheduled meeting.
That was special meeting, 2 days.
Public hearing has to be advertised.
Well, moratorium.
Moratorium wouldn't have to be a public hearing, right?
Public hearing. We're not changing any ordinances.
I have a question. So today we have a hearing, it's on the agenda, we do have the authority to vote on changes, right? Most of the concerns from everybody here are regarding allowing solar residential zones, the setbacks, and clearing. I think that those are the three big ones that I heard. There are admittedly relatively conservative recommendations in the proposed changes to the ordinance. We could approve those for now to be conservative and protect our residents, because that's our job, I think. And still have a workshop to discuss whether they should be changed or not. I think it will better serve our community better for us to be more conservative in the ordinance, rather than allowing, the floodgates to remain open.
Three items.
I'll look it up.
I got it right now. So you're looking at,
The buffers,
well, we'll start with the.
the
lack
table,
of better term, the table of the MCSs and the Ms.
large and medium scale
Yes.
solar should not be allowed, should be an N for residential zones.
So our 20, 20, 30, 40, our 10, 20, 30, and 60. There are 40. Yeah. I just gonna pull up it. Barbara, can you pull up
Put it on the screen, please.
solar 5?
Page one of the.
Yes. Correct. Now I show my age. For the graphic, so you can see. So underneath Article 5, regulations number 6. Table J, I guess it is, correct? That would be item 1 and item 2. All the way at the top.
Yeah, page one.
All of it.
Yeah, phase 1, correct. Item
There
1,
you go.
item 2, all those S's go to N's.
So let's start with that. That's a motion. Yeah.
That is a motion.
Right, I'll second that.
Close the public hearing before they make those motions.
If there's any changes to the proposed, there should be a chance for the public to speak. And then,
Yeah,
keep it open for the time.
because I think this is.
Well, no, this particular motion, that's fine, you don't have to be open.
That's part of this part of here. That's what was advertised. These were proposed changes. Unfortunately, the moratorium wasn't, and that could get us. So shy to vote.
No,
I just-
absolutely. I just
Just
didn't
want to
know,
make sure before.
we haven't closed. So
Don't vote on the change.
Yes.
yeah, absolutely, yes. Okay, motion.
Have it?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye.
Well, I could do-
No. I'm a little younger.
Yeah, just a little. That hurt. But you're still in classes too.
I couldn't agree with that.
So the next one, I know, is setbacks.
The setbacks
Yes.
are,
Setback is currently 50. For
200 to 135.
well, we had,
I
I think we increased. I mean, I would.
Double it to 100.
I would say make it 100 minimum, because it still gives the planning board the authority to expand it, so we're gonna double.
With one exception, I would argue that if it abuts a residential zone, that where it abuts a residential zone, or maybe 150,
100 to all zones and 150 residential properties.
Sorry, what was that?
I just want to try and orient myself, we have page 4.
you are on page 4, correct?
Page 4, section 2, yard setbacks, vegetative buffer requirements. For SDS yard setbacks, utility scale.
This is only for solar.
Only
It's
solar.
only for
So it's only a solar.
We can address that in the workshop.
So it's 100 feet for properties other than residential.
150 for residential.
So that's the motion.
That's your motion?
Yes.
That's my motion.
I'll say.
And a second on
So
increasing
the setbacks.
the setbacks.
Residential setbacks are 150 feet, all other zone properties are 100. It's setbacks. The only thing you're changing is the setback.
We're not saying
It's
it's
on the setback, we're just setback footage. Right.
Where's specific?
Article, medium large, utility scale, SES, yard setback areas must contain 100 feet when adjacent to commercial or light industrial, and 150 feet when adjacent to residential properties.
100 feet, all properties,
Right.
and it's increased to 150
For
in addition to the property of what's.
For residential, yes.
On the residential.
You were specifically, but yes.
Yeah. Make it. Now, right.
What you just said, yes. That's right. The words out.
And then,
Let's do that one first. Yeah.
oh, yes,
One motion at a time.
we have a motion and a second.
All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6 to
Mr. President, I'm not sure if this.
Watershed, it says.
I can't.
Watershed. He's trying to tell us something.
You should.
Use some of
You
it.
should.
So
This is-
All right,
this is
Round
just
up, so
the next one is on page 7,
Yes.
section G, item 1,
G and D.
G.
Page 7.
No, that's on page, it starts on, section G starts on page 6, but then if you go to page 7,
Okay, gotcha.
you go to
Section
item D.
D.
The recommendation was to add, or to strike the last sentence and add, in no case shall more than 20% of the area inclusive of inter-row and panel collector spacing covered by the solar panels be on cleared woodlands. In no case shall the total area of cleared woodland exceed 20,000 square feet.
So the planner's comment on that has to do with, should be a stipulation when said clearing took place. In other words, if the potential site is cleared just prior to the application submission with a certain methods requirement. So
We should add something about that.
if somebody used the phrase "build back."
Yeah.
I don't know how.
It has to be demonstrated by the.
We added 5-year
The lot
look
is
back to
not
that.
cleared 6 months before the application.
5 year, yeah. Yeah, agree.
Well, this is.
But what's the
this is-
difference if you go longer than 2 years? I mean,
5 years Warwick.
Warwick did 5 years.
Well, Warwick is, I think it's,
All right, hold on a second, because this is where it's gonna start to get off the rails. And it's already going off the rails, so. Have our conversation,
Make a suggestion.
yeah.
mean, these are interim measures.
These are interim measures.
So, just vote to do this proposed change. And it's already in there, and you can talk about doing more and work.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right, because that's already in there.
That sounds
because,
great.
I mean, there is, the watershed is something that also should be evaluated.
Right.
I get it. I'm just trying to think of, this is a stopgap.
Right.
Really important, right? It's like, if you just increase the buffers to 100 feet, 150 feet around a property, you're pretty much gonna minimize how much they can actually affect.
That's the goal.
Well, I get it, but I guess we have to just be careful that we're not gonna do something tonight that's gonna look for ordinances and make it. But I'm not sure, I think if we've done enough right now, we might be okay.
I just think if Ms. Abbott finishes her motion, put that in as written. I would second it. Yeah, we'll move on.
Yeah, I move that we make the change to item G1 as presented.
I already seconded it.
The one that's in here.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
That way, clerk doesn't have to show you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. It writes the last sentence, and in no case shall more than 20% of the area inclusive inner row and panel collector spacing covered by the solar panel cleared on woodlands. Shall the total area be cleared woodland exceed 1,000 square feet? Second. All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. And that would. Sorry. Back.
Well, as the planner, he knows.
Well, no, I mean, at least.
These are amendments.
These are amendments. These are amendments, they go in, but I mean, this, I think, would cover us.
Done temporary. These are amendments.
Oh, they're temporary.
Yeah, they're amendments until we
Right.
go to a workshop, right? Right.
I have a question. The proposals that are already in the pipeline are grandfathered in, so the changes don't apply to them, correct? So in that case, I would just like to add a comment that in light of our votes tonight and the fact that we're going to set up a workshop and try to come to a better consensus on this ordinance, I would urge the planning board to take into account the changes that we made and urge them to ask the developers to honor the intention of the future ordinance.
And the terms that are in the existing ordinance are not.
Correct, yes.
Don't default to.
We have no comment.
Will that be proposed at the meeting for that, the final,
It's been proposed to a planning board member who's in the room, whether or not the planning board actually looks at this meeting by Wednesday night, I don't know. But I'm guessing that Mr. Harding will be there.
Mr. Harding will relay the message.
This train is going awful fast and it's got off the rails the next couple of times.
Yeah.
David Crossman, 118 Sweet Farm Road. I referred to the solicitor. There's a case study in the last year in northern Rhode Island. I believe it was the solar moratorium in either Smithfield or in Exeter that they sued. And if that developer lost because he did not have a completed application. And I would argue right now that we may have one in the system without a completed application that has not gone to master. That being said, if we want to help Wednesday, I think a setback requirement of 200 feet on a watershed. It may be in order, so thank you.
I mean, I think we just increase the buffer substantially. We have, I think this is where the planning board could also, their discretion, if it's a watershed and it's a reservoir, the additional measures are necessary. I think they have that latitude. But I feel comfortable with during a conversation.
Mr. Shola would like to speak.
Just a point of clarity, all four or all three applications that are pending before the planning board have complete master plan applications and are vested with the current ordinance.
Three, but I thought there was four.
No, Molly does not.
Namali has a completed master plan application. They haven't received approval, but their application was submitted under the old under the ordinance that was amended tonight.
We've gone as far as we can tonight. I can bring back the moratorium in 2 weeks. Advertise to Howard. Yes. Folks, we're still out of the meeting, so if you want to have conversations, please exit stage left.
Howard, 36 Maryland Road, Drive. I have a question regarding the workshop.
We haven't got to that part yet.
Okay, well, I would submit a request that somehow resident input accommodate for.
It's a public hearing, so it's certainly. Yeah, we have to find out right then. You might be at the high school. I feel that. So that would be the next part of this. So I guess we can close the public, your motion to close the public hearing at this point. Yes. So we can schedule a workshop. Yes. Second. All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott? Aye. Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson? Aye. Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Wagner?
Motion passes. Zero. Okay, now, I think what we should probably do is reach out to the planning board. Try to schedule it. Usually,
I think the first thing we do is request the clerk to put an agenda item on for next.
2 weeks from the moratorium.
To discuss a potential moratorium on solar or first solar installations. With that, because I don't want anybody else put them on their roof, I don't want to stop. Okay, so action. Second.
Ms. Abbott? Aye. Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Dr. Sorry, Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
No.
I started. Dr. Ryan.
6-0.
Yeah, President.
Yeah, now, so moratorium, we're on our next agenda. So now,
Which is the 22nd, correct?
Yes.
I mean, at this point, we should probably maybe try to bring some of the planning board.
Right, we have to request dates there.
Yeah.
I guess. Personally, I don't think it happens in January.
I think that's.
Yeah.
We're gonna hear it. Right.
Yeah. Well, we could do that in 2 weeks, but.
Right.
In the interest of not going back to the AG's office for an open meeting violation, let's do the moratorium in 2 weeks.
Moratorium in 2 weeks, and then we'll try to reach out to the planning board for some dates.
And hopefully be able to schedule that workshop that.
Workshop in January.
Be honest. That's it. Back to the moratorium.
Yeah. This, I mean, just try to vet it. Okay, so. We're on to new business. Folks can head home. Give everybody a moment.
See, maybe that 10 line will save us some requests.
Only that we're a reporter.
Hi, chicken.
Illustrator,
His first word is Portsmouth.
Today it was.
We were from page, folks, we still have a meeting here, so, we still gotta get the new business. So, new business, number one, request to
Well, they reached out to me, the President Aguirre is the liaison to it. Due to his busy schedule, they have asked if somebody else would like to be on there. Anybody who has, their meetings are on Wednesdays,
Like
third Wednesday.
Yeah, I was hoping it would be Zooming.
They meet here in the council chamber.
Yes,
They're looking for
a backup.
a backup, and unfortunately, I'll be traveling a lot, so.
I'm gonna be honest, it's a full-time backup.
Yeah.
Just being honest. Very busy schedule. So, just know what you're signing up for. It's a good group. It's a good group, and they have a lot of good input.
They're very ambitious.
Yeah,
With my schedule. Also,
yeah.
we could perhaps Hamilton and I could.
I'll try my best.
So, well, so here's what I'm proposing.
I'm physically out of the area most Wednesdays, but
Oh,
potentially Seattle.
And I'm gonna try to
So-
attend. It's really more if I can't make.
yes, well, so I said, so that's a coordinate and everyone.
Yes.
Do you have to do anything official, or can it be
Liaison.
audible on the Wednesday? We cover it tonight.
Just listen.
Well, you're liaison, so, I mean,
Right,
you're just listening.
I'm just
Right.
listening.
and providing advice or direction, but not
Putting your 2 cents worth.
guaranteeing anything.
Correct.
Or sounding boards.
Solid
waste, you just do it.
All right, so we'll keep it,
We'll try to get.
we will try to, it'll be to be determined.
Yeah,
It's
but
being assigned.
I'll work.
The chair,
Steve.
We just
Mr.
defended.
Johnson,
No.
Steve?
Yep.
Sorry, Steve.
No.
No?
he
You got a
is
question?
on,
You should be live.
Steve, can you
Good
hear us?
evening.
Good
My,
So how was that for a non-committal?
my appreciations for your perseverance over the last 4.5 hours. I'm quite impressed. And I've been able to wander away from the computer from time to time. I'm not sure that I heard all of it because the audio quality is still so bad. But if we meet in the town hall, but upstairs in the porch, so we do not have video, which would certainly make it more conducive to a council member attending. I feel that I have good lines to you as a council, but I have members of my committee who feel that having someone attend most of the time, as I understand Dr. Ryan did when he was the liaison, would be appreciated. And for you to be able to hear firsthand some of our discussions perhaps would inform some of your work. We do have an ambitious calendar because we work for you. And our real question is, how can we best support you? And perhaps by having an active liaison, that might facilitate that process. I'm happy to have the item continued until you all work out who would be best qualified, most interested, and in particular, most available.
Would I can get there on Thursday?
On Wednesday,
Wednesday.
third Wednesday, 7 p.m.
Wednesday, I know, early Wednesday. All right, we'll get there. I'll be there on the third Wednesday.
It is, you're still showing the screen, so those of us on Zoom, you're very small, even on a 27-inch font.
Can you go back to congratulating us for all the hard work we did?
Was that you, Kevin, who was speaking, saying that you would be there 2 weeks ago?
Yes, that was Len. I'm sorry, it's late. I will be
Anyway,
there.
thanks, thanks for having this on the new business agenda, Steve.
Yes, Doctor, I'll have Dr. Kelly with me.
We will just make sure that there's not 4 of us there. Constitute a quorum.
Of a quorum, please.
All right, so next item is our timeline. Mr. Rayner.
As presented, there's just 3 very minor corrections. For the joint town council school committee budget meeting, that should be that last word should be the budget reviews, vice budget hearing. And where it says public hearing on the 13th of June, that is actually proposed to be the 15th. You normally approve.
Yeah, we approve. Yeah, so I would, with those corrections, I would approve.
Second. All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye, motion passes 6-0. And then for correspondence.
Motion to receive. place
Oh.
on file.
Second. No, don't keep going.
Aye.
I'd like to pull this and put it on our agenda for next meeting. A couple days will come up and I'd like to just hear from the folks. No, nope. Mr. Rayner will be able to reach out to the people. They'll be available for our next meeting. Thank you.
Dad,
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Future meeting, November 22nd. Now, Dr. Ryan, you'll be out of town.
27.
Okay, so there will only be 5 of us, so if anybody cannot make it.
I will be.
All right, and then December 13th and December 27th.
I would like to make a motion to meet, to scrap the meeting for our annual Christmas break on 27th.
I second that.
Thank you, Jim.
Myself.
December. Okay. Someone agree with that? All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson? Aye. Mr. Kelly? Aye.
Dr.
Grinch.
Ryan? Merry Christmas to you too.
When should you vote?
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye, motion passes. Motion to adjourn. 5-1. Second. All those in favor?
Ms. Abbott?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Capson?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.